Marcus, who's going. Tomai. Welcome, everyone, to a 30 years of activities of European Humanities University. My name is Evaldas Anskutonis, and I'm going to lead you through the whole ceremony, through the whole day, and in this conference. I believe that EHU had made a huge step forward since the start of EHU 30 years ago. And I believe that it shall reach even higher goals in near 30, 60, or maybe 90 years from now. If you still don't have your conference badge, please do it during the breaks. Я приветствую всех на русском языку. Я приветствую всех в этом 30-летии активности Европейского гуманитарного университета. Мое имя Эвалдас Венскутонис, и я буду ведущим сегодняшнего мероприятия. Я верю, что Европейский гуманитарный университет за 30 лет действия, он сделал большой шаг вперед, и я верю, что в будущем, через 30-60 лет, а может и 90 или 100 лет вперед, сделают еще побольше шаг вперед. Ну, а если вы сегодня еще не взяли свой бэдж, я приглашаю вас это сделать на перерыве и получить свой бэдж. Education at EHU does more than immerse students in a range of subjects and disciplines. It promotes a transdisciplinary approach, critical thinking skills, as well as civic engagement that empower to develop innovative solutions, ideas, and enterprises. EHU believes that education is a tool for transformations, and during all 30 years of existence, in cooperation with colleagues, partners, and supporters, contributes to democracy through education as one and only Belarusian university in exile. Please welcome at the stage the EHU rector, Professor Sergei Ignatov, with an opening address. And make a round of applause to Mr. Sergei Ignatov.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends of EHU. It is my honor to meet all of you at such magic place where we can feel a breath of the 100 years of history. The topic of today's conference provides the great opportunity to talk on the special role and mission of the education, especially role of the universities in the world where totalitarian regimes act in a very brutal way using an instrument of violence in its predatory purpose. I believe that most of you know that the European Humanities University began its life in 1992 as a symbol. Belarus belongs to Europe and shares its values for centuries. With 100 students studying for a variety of degrees in 2 rooms rented from Academy of Sciences in Minsk, university began attracting increasing numbers of students and staff. Why so? Because in early 1990s, everybody was trying to become a banker or a businessman. But nobody paid attention to the basic roots of European civilization. But EHU has had a vision that society should be built on a huge, rich, powerful intellectual tradition and on the autonomy. We all know a consequence of such attempts. University was forced into exile in 2004, and in 2005 re-established its activities in Lithuania with the generous support of Lithuanian government. Lithuania has earned the admiration of defenders of academic freedom worldwide for rescuing EHU. In the 90s, universities appeared throughout Eastern Europe, carrying humanitarian knowledge about people. First of all, they taught people how to communicate with each other. The main goal was to quickly create new people, new elite, who would participate in the management of the country in a new way. The second goal is to remind Eastern Europeans that they are the bearers of European intellectual traditions. And this is still relevant in connection with the context that has developed in Belarus and Russia. In February, Russia invaded into the Soviet Ukraine, and as academic community, we should not only rethink Russia as a neighbor, but also distinctly understand how to educate students with European and humanitarian values in the core. This is the EHU role also. EHU is a university that teaches in the tradition of liberal arts so that society can change and people live better than previous generations. Belarus is located in the very heart of Europe, between Russia and the Western value paradigm. That is why the education of young Belarusians directly affects the agenda in the region. EHU is exactly the university that provides education without ideology, and this commitment helps us to educate people with a huge social potential. They create jobs, businesses, do research, preserve and restore heritage and work internationally. The Russian war in Ukraine and involvement of the Belarusian territories is a direct example of how the Belarus could impact on the well-being of the Europe negatively. But if the people receive good education positively, they could resist this war. Young Belarusians who received the quality education, who saw the world, traveled to other countries for exchange, implemented scientific and social projects that they dreamed of, and not which should have been done according to the plan, will be able to gradually change the situation in their country and, as a result, surrounding. It is inevitable, an evolutionary process, a matter only of time and circumstances. That is why donors, on the one hand, support young Belarusians in their pursuit of education, and on the other, they contribute to security of the entire region and the values of a democratic society. Some facts. As a result of political repressions in Belarus, 247 students and 35 scholars who needed urgent support were provided academic shelter at EHU. This is the only university that works for the needs of the Belarusian society and not the Belarusian authorities. It is important to recall, in addition to the good, the EHU community was directly affected by the repression by Belarusian authorities. 4 graduates and 2 students were recognized as political prisoners for their freedom of speech and disagreement with the election campaign 2020 results. Among them is Sofia Sapega, who was detained in May 2021 together with Roman Protasevich after the enforced landing of the Ryanair flight in Minsk. The Russian war in Ukraine explicit that the region where the Belarusian and Ukrainian people faced with the authoritarian regime definitely need a humanitarian education. According to the latest poll conducted by EHU with the support of the Lithuanian Foreign Ministry in 2021, 67 of graduates returned to Belarus and their level of well-being is significantly higher than the national average. This is our greatest achievement, and of course, the very existence of EHU is 30 years, more than 18 of which in exile, is an achievement in itself. We are speaking with you on the 7th month of the war in Ukraine, and it became clear that education is a chance for societies to escape the war. Recreating a university in exile is not so easy, and it is not a tool for quick transformations. We believe that EHU can be such a model place for all students, including by increasing the number of students from Ukraine and Russia, who are looking for education in Europe and strive to get knowledge in the European intellectual tradition. Our location in Lithuania, our experience and readiness to expand the scientific community, enriching it with specialists dealing with Russian problems. And this is very important context for Belarus as well, ever contribute to this. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends of EHU, EHU operates in exile 18 years, being supported by European Union, Lithuania, Sweden, all Nordic countries, different countries from European Union. Allow me to express on behalf of the EHU academic community our sincere gratitude to our donors. And this conference is organized by the special financial support of France. This is the Embassy of France, to whom we extend our gratitude to. Dear colleagues, dear friends, we are here because 30 years ago, there was one person who decided to start this project. This is Professor Anatoly Mikhailov, who established our university. And of course, not only me personally, I am very, very thankful to Professor Anatoly Mikhailov. And here are representatives of the different periods of the governing bodies of our university, but Horton Bibi Center, who is not only fundraiser, but now is the president of the General Assembly of Part Owners. Dan Davidson, not only fundraiser and head of the board, but he's the friend of our university who opens all doors in the United States for representatives of EHU. The head of our trust fund, Mr. Aloysius Vitkauskas, because of whom today we have EHU EPAM Digital School, because of the efforts of the man who is in charge of our trust fund. And because maybe I can miss somebody, I'll stop. I wish very fruitful discussions of our conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Sergei Ignatov. Back in the summer of 2004, when EHU was shut down in Minsk, no one imagined that one day, EHU will be able to reestablish EHU in Vilnius. No one imagined that one day EHU will be able to celebrate the 30 years of operation in such an extraordinary venue, the Palace of the Grand Dukes of Lithuania, which is symbolically. EHU is privileged to be hosted by Lithuania. There are hardly enough words to describe the sense of gratitude EHU likes to extend to the government, Ministry of Education and Sports, Seimas, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. EHU is proud to have you all as strong and reliable partners. We would like to invite the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, Dr. Mantas Adomėnas, on stage. But before that, I will translate it in Russian. Спасибо профессору доктору Сергею Игнатову. Большое спасибо правительству, Министерству образования и спорта, Сеймосу и Министерству иностранных дел. И Европейский гуманитарный университет радуется таким хорошим партнерам в Литве. На сцену приглашаю вице-министра Министерства иностранных дел Литвы доктор Mantas Adomėnas. Ваши аплодисменты. Should we move on? Okay. Then we're moving on. So, continuing, this is the 30th year in the history of EHU. Unfortunately, we, just like the entire democratic world, are still starting it off greatly concerned over the events in Ukraine and Belarus. Being the university founded in 1992 in Minsk and forcibly shut down by the Belarusian authorities, EHU, well familiar with the experience of the fleeing the country of origin. The last 2 years has become a difficult years for many of EHU's friends and colleagues, students and alumni living in Belarus. The events there demonstrated that the underestimation of humanitarian education leads to the devaluation of the value of human rights and freedoms. Это 30 лет в истории Европейского гуманитарного университета. К сожалению, мы, как и весь остальной мир, смотрим на всю войну в Украине и Беларуси. Европейский гуманитарный университет с 1999 года в Минске, и он закрыт по приказу белорусского правительства. Последние 2 года очень тяжкое время для всего белорусского и для всего белорусского мира и всех друзей. Я приглашаю на сцену профессора, доктора Татьяну Шиткова, репрезентатив от эдукации и мира этого. Спасибо и поаплодируйте доктору Татьяне Шиткова.
Спадар ректор, поважанный профессор Михайлов, спадары паслы, поважанные коллеги и коллежанки, студенты и студентки, поважанные гости сегодняшней конференции. Для мяне вялікі гонар звярнуцца да вас сёння з нагоды святкавання 30-годдзя Еўрапейскага гуманітарнага універсітэта. ЕГУ – гэта унікальная акадэмічная інстытуцыя, якая была створана на гістарычным разломе. Калі адна эпоха скончылася, а новая яшчэ не мела ніякіх выразных контураў. Распад Савецкага Саюза выклікаў вельмі супярэчлівыя рэакцыі. Экзістэнцыйная трывога з-за страты звыклай светапоглядавай сістэмы каардынат спалучалася са спадзяваннямі на новую будучыню, на магчымасць пабудовы свабоднага дэмакратычнага грамадства. Рэформа адукацыі павінна была стаць важным элементам у рэалізацыі гэтых спадзяванняў. І перш за ўсё неабходна было вызваліць сацыяльныя і гуманітарныя навукі з рамак камуністычнай ідэалогіі. У гэтым кантэксце у 1992 годзе быў створаны ЕГУ, універсітэт, назва якога выразна адлюстроўвала яго галоўную місію – даць магчымасць маладому пакаленню беларусаў атрымаць вышэйшую адукацыю, якая адпавядае еўрапейскім каштоўнасцям і еўрапейскай інтэлектуальнай традыцыі. Такім чынам, універсітэт сам імкнуўся стаць часткай еўрапейскай акадэмічнай супольнасці, што прадугледжвала з аднаго боку здольнасць забяспечыць якасную адукацыю, з другога паслядоўнае адстойванне прынцыпу акадэмічнай аўтаноміі. Не дзіўна, што універсітэт, які ставіць перад сабой такія мэты, вельмі хутка трапіў у чорны спіс аўтарытарнага рэжыму Лукашэнкі. І ў 2004 годзе ЕГУ змушаны быў спыніць сваю дзейнасць у Беларусі. Сёння добрая нагода яшчэ раз падзякаваць ураду Літвы і цэламу шэрагу заходніх донараў, чыя падтрымка дазволіла нашаму універсітэту працягнуць сваю працу ў Вільнюсе. За час свайго існавання ЕГУ праз сваіх выпускнікоў і выпускніц унёс вельмі істотны ўнёсак у развіццё грамадзянскай супольнасці Беларусі. Нават выгнанне не перашкодзіла універсітэту выконваць гэтую місію. Больш за 60% студэнтаў і студэнтак, скончыўшы універсітэт, вярталіся ў Беларусь. Сярод іх шмат людзей, якія вызначалі культурны, інтэлектуальны і палітычны ландшафт Беларусі. Узгадаю толькі некалькі імёнаў. Марына Шукюрова, вядомая беларуская этнаспявачка. Саша Філіпенка, вядомы пісьменнік. Марына Дубіна, дырэктарка грамадскага аб'яднання «Экадом». Ярослаў Бекіш, заснавальнік медыяпраекта «Зялёная сетка». Тацяна Нядбай, прэзідэнтка беларускага пэн-цэнтра, паэтка і перакладчыца. Юнэла Сальнікава, кіраўніца праграмы міжнароднай арганізацыі «Пакт». Андрэй Дмітрыеў, грамадска-палітычны дзеяч. Анастасія Хамянкова, адна са стваральніц беларускага старт-хаба і магуру. Асобна трэба назваць сёння імёны выпускнікоў і студэнтаў ЕГУ, якія з'яўляюцца палітвязнямі. Тацяна Кузіна, палітолог. Уладзімір Малахоўскі, актывіст і сябра партыі БНФ. Мікола Дзядок, грамадска-палітычны дзеяч, блогер і вядомы беларускі журналіст. Сафія Сапега, выпускніца магістратуры ЕГУ. А таксама Марфа Рабкова, студэнтка 3-го курса, і Акіхіра Гаеўскі Ханада, студэнт 2-го курса універсітэта. Беларускі пратэсны рух 2020 года і цяжкі палітычны крызіс у нашай краіне надалі зусім новую актуальнасць Еўрапейскаму гуманітарнаму універсітэту, як беларускаму універсітэту ў выгнанні. У крызіснай сітуацыі ЕГУ неадкладна пачаў аказваць пасільную дапамогу рэпрэсаваным беларускім навукоўцам і студэнтам. А пасля ваеннага ўварвання расійскага войска на тэрыторыю Украіны у лютым гэтага года універсітэт прапанаваў сваю дапамогу і для украінскіх студэнтаў. Нельга не адзначыць таксама, што сярод супрацоўнікаў і валантораў офіса Светланы Ціханаўскай ёсць выпускнікі і студэнты Еўрапейскага гуманітарнага універсітэта, якія робяць вельмі істотны ўнёсак у працу офіса. З 2022 года студэнты ЕГУ маюць магчымасць прайсці інтэрнатуру у офісе Светланы Ціханаўскай. Светлана Ціханаўская выказвае глыбокую удзячнасць за такое плённае супрацоўніцтва і гатоўнасць універсітэта абмяркоўваць новыя магчымасці нашага ўзаемадзеяння ў інтарэсах беларускага грамадзянскага супольнасці і дэмакратызацыі Беларусі. Мы спадзяемся, што ў гэты пераломны перыяд у гісторыі незалежнай Беларусі і ўсяго нашага рэгіёна ЕГУ зможа стаць пляцоўкай для рэпрэзентацыі, асэнсавання і прасоўвання нацыянальных інтарэсаў Беларусі. На сайце універсітэта можна прачытаць, што адной з яго стратэгічных задач з'яўляецца садзейнічанне міжкультурнаму дыялогу і ўключэнне Беларусі ў еўрапейскую палітычную і акадэмічную супольнасць. Здаецца відавочным, што для таго, каб выканаць гэтую задачу, універсітэт павінен стаць месцам сістэматычнага вывучэння і даследавання беларускай гісторыі і культуры, а таксама месцам, дзе клопат пра міжкультурны дыялог прадугледжвае таксама клопат аб культываванні беларускай мовы, якая амаль 30 гадоў дыскрымінавалася рэжымам Лукашэнкі. Палітычны крызіс у Беларусі і маштабная вайна Расіі супраць Украіны вылучаюць цэлы шэраг новых задач перад універсітэцкай супольнасцю. Ёсць запыт на больш шырокае і інтэнсіўнае ўзаемадзеянне універсітэта з беларускай грамадзянскай супольнасцю, значная частка якой таксама знаходзіцца сёння ў выгнанні. У гэтым напрамку уже зроблен шэраг плённых крокаў, але патэнцыял такога ўзаемадзеяння несумненна намнога большы. Офіс Светланы Ціханаўскай гатовы садзейнічаць устанаўленню кантактаў і развіццю супрацоўніцтва паміж еўрапейскім гуманітарным універсітэтам і рознымі інстытутамі нашай грамадзянскай супольнасці. Другі гістарычны запыт звязаны з неабходнасцю навуковага і публічнага пераасэнсавання нашага рэгіёна. Старыя міфалагемы і канцэпты накшталт славянскага братэрства і постсавецкіх грамадств страцілі рэлевантнасць. Навуковыя кадры ЕГУ, а таксама міжнародныя кантакты універсітэта дазваляюць спадзявацца, што ён зможа стаць рэгіянальнай пляцоўкай для сістэматычнай інтэлектуальнай працы ў гэтым накірунку. Беларусь услед за Украінай павінна пазбаўляцца ад культурнага і палітычнага ціску расейскага імпэрскага мыслення. Трэба па-новаму асэнсаваць нашае ўласнае месца ў рэгіёне, у Еўропе і ў свеце. Адносіны з суседзямі і новыя фарматы супрацоўніцтва ў рэгіянальным і глобальным кантэкстах. Last but not least, маючы такі багаты досвед у сферы ліберальнай адукацыі, а таксама ў сферы онлайн-адукацыі, ЕГУ можа зрабіць істотны ўнёсак у падрыхтоўку да будучай рэформы адукацыі ў Беларусі. Мы вельмі радыя адзначыць, што і ў гэтым накірунку ЕГУ ўжо пачаў супрацоўнічаць і з офісам Светланы Ціханаўскай, і з іншымі экспертнымі супольнасцямі. Абазначаючы гэтыя новыя гістарычныя задачы, мы ўпэўненыя, што ЕГУ валодае неабходным інстытуцыянальным і інтэлектуальным патэнцыялам для іх рэалізацыі. Мы верым, што ЕГУ, які пачаў рыхтаваць кадры для новай Беларусі яшчэ ў 1992 годзе, у свае 30годдзе зноў будзе гатовы адпавядаць галоўным выклікам нашага часу. З пачуццём глыбокай павагі мы віншуем прафесара Анатолія Арсеньевича Михайлова, аднаго з заснавальнікаў і першага ректара Еўрапейскага гуманітарнага універсітэта з гэтым цудоўным юбілеем. Мы віншуем усіх, хто меў дачыненне да стварэння гэтага універсітэта і хто працаваў і працуе на яго карысць. Усю вялікую універсітэцкую супольнасць, адміністрацыю, выкладчыкаў і выкладчыц, студэнтаў і студэнтак, а таксама аламні. Віват Акадэмія!
Thank you, Professor Dr. Tatiana Shitsova. And we do have translation equipment. It is ready for you to use it if you need it. So we will continue in English. Dear friends, moving on to the next speech. From day one, EHU's mission is committed to Belarus and stands for integrating Belarus into the Western intellectual tradition by means of genuine transformation of the role, purpose, and essence of higher education in fields of humanities and social sciences. We are honored to welcome at the stage for the keynote address the founder of EHU, Professor Anatoly Mikhailov, whose idea, supported by the intellectuals from all over the world, made it possible for more than 3,000 EHU graduates to become part of a global world committed to the values of humanism and democracy. Without the intellectual foundations of Anatoly Arsenyevich, it would not be able to celebrate this anniversary today. So please welcome on stage Anatoly Mikhailov. Excuse me, can you take the headset? Yeah. Could you please come closer? The equipment is needed for us to hear loudly every word that is being spoken from the stage. Just give us a small minute.
something unexpected. Okay.
Dear friends, once again, Professor Anatoly Mikhailov. Your applauses.
Okay. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, dear students and alumni, European Humanities University. Let us recognize the fact that it's highly unusual and even strange to participate at the celebration of the 30 years of existence of a university while being in educational space where universities are part of reality for many centuries. However, we are dealing here with a very particular case. We address ourselves to the institution that should have not existed at all. It was created in 1992 in the extremely unfavorable intellectual environment in the country that became independent after the demise of the Soviet Union and was facing huge challenges of its social transformation. We need to recognize now, after more than 30 years, that the results of this transformation are not very impressive, to say the least. This is not simply an acknowledgement expressed in the form of theoretical statement. We are all paying enormously high price for our previous illusions, which were determined by our own state of mind, both in the West and in the East. Those who belong to the older generation may recall the spirit of the atmosphere prevailing at that time, behind where the Cold War and the long confrontation between two social systems, the reunification of Germany. There are very positive other developments. We all were inspired by justified desire of establishment of lasting peace and stability on the European continent after the two destructive world wars. At that time, there was a strong confidence that the forthcoming 21st century would mark a new epoch in the world history. Unfortunately, we were wrong in our naive expectation. We have ignored the simple fact that in order to confront the challenges of societal transformation, we need, first of all, to challenge and to change ourselves, our way of how we think and act. And here, particularly the issue of education is highly important. However, in the situation of education in Belarus and the region was characterized at that time by enthusiastic renaming of old Soviet-fashioned institutions of higher learning into universities and academies, accompanied by creation of new structures claiming to educate in the fields the very name of which, because of its unusual for us peculiarity, management, business, banking, possessed at that time a sort of magic power. We were, with our seemingly unpractical programs in philosophy, theology, arts, psychology, history, etc., very different and even unique in the time when general attention and support was given to the so-called more practical disciplines. in the atmosphere of confidence and even euphoria that inevitable positive developments are predetermined, was not so easy to understand that any activity related to the radical transformation of society should be based on the different way of thinking from which we were cut off by ideology for many decades. In this context, our addressing to the heritage of European intellectual tradition as a necessary prerequisite for education became of crucial importance, a task that still remains a challenge for all of us. Needless to say that the reaction of the local so-called professional community in the field was far from being not only not favorable, but sometimes even hostile. The prevailing majority of those who were previously teaching and doing research in such exotic subjects as scientific communism, Marxist-Leninist philosophy, scientific essayism, etc., were at that time easily switching for presenting their knowledge in the fields of democracy and human rights, and therefore were not very enthusiastic about our way of questioning our own professionalism. Looking now back to our extremely adventurous enterprise in the situation of being a private university, when we have started our teaching process without any property at all and necessary resources for establishment of such unusual and risky project, it is hard to believe that we have managed to survive. Personal contacts and warm friendship relations were established, among others, with American ambassadors David Swartz and George Kroll, German ambassadors Krauss, Albrecht, Winkelmann, French ambassadors Claude Joliffe, Stefan Chmielewski. Support for existence and infrastructure for teaching was made possible through Open Society Institute, MacArthur Foundation, and sometime later, Carnegie Corporation of New York. In spite of all hardship, in a relatively short time, we became the most internationally recognized university in Belarus. We were first in the country to introduce as an experiment programs of BA and MA studies. We have managed to cooperate with Ministry of Education, Parliament, and other officials. It was very difficult to deny the high level of our studies and professional activity. That is why, when we were closed in 2004, only allegedly technical reason for decision was mentioned, the lack of space for teaching, which we were previously renting. Only in the fall of 2004, it was publicly explained that the real reason for our closure was our intensive cooperation with international cooperation and our idea of promotion of integration Belarus into Europe. It seemed that it was the end of our project. At that time, I was already considering some proposals of my employment, being inclined to accept the offered position of professor at the Free University in Berlin. It was absolutely unusual step on the side of Lithuania, supported by our international donors at that time from US, to invite the university to relocate in Vilnius. However, in the first year of our relocation, in spite of huge moral support and the resonance of our case all over the world, there were at that time no available instruments to provide resources for the existence of such strange structure as a university in exile. In 2005, I was told by high-level officials from EU Commission with all appreciation of our heroism and our efforts, that there were simply, unfortunately, no existent format in the budget available for support of such unusual structure. In this context, in addition to the appreciation of official support of government of Lithuania, I would like to mention the special role of such peasants as Renatas Juška, Rolandas and Žygimantas Pavilionis, Emanuelis Zingeris, Davidas Matulionis, and many others who have invested their energy in finding ways of our settling down in Vilnius. Another challenge was connected with our adaptation to the norms of the European space of higher education and the registration of our programs in accordance with local requirements. At this point, I must critically admit that this process went not without difficulties. The biggest problem, however, both for our existence in Minsk and in Vilnius, was and still remains that comes from the two key words in our very title of our university, European and humanity. Unlike the education in natural sciences and in the field of technology, humanities education has been experiencing in the 20th century enormous challenges that were determined by highly critical re-examination of the whole European intellectual tradition that existed for more than 25 centuries. This situation inter alia was summarized and formulated in lapidary statement of Hannah Arendt. Thought and reality have parted company, and reality became opaque for the light of the thought. It is in this context that she spoke of the crisis in culture and crisis in education. We know well that she was not alone in these dramatic conclusions. We are dealing here not simply with the issues of theoretical reflection, of the crisis of thinking, but the responsibility of those who too often prefer to ignore it and remain confident that they do possess the necessary knowledge. Here, the issue of personal responsibility of those whom Hannah Arendt called the thinkers by profession and who are traditionally identified as intellectuals become especially crucial. Addressing this issue, Ortega y Gasset notes an entire book can be written under the title The Responsibility and Irresponsibility of Philosophy. He added, however, this subject should be treated intertwining with another more general theme, discourse on intellectual responsibility. Highly remarkable that Ortega y Gasset, the author of highly prophetic book, The Revolt of the Masses, is raising such issue in 1942, amid the bloody battles of the Second World War. It means that what happens around us is not simply the matter of our comments and our abstract recommendations. It is independently of the fact how sometimes correct we might be, but from our own personal responsibility. To ignore these warnings and to claim that in spite of this, we do possess the proper knowledge to be transmitted to the young generation is very risky and highly irresponsible. Of course, we are speaking in this case about humanities and social sciences, the way we orient ourselves in reality we live. The problem is that this type of knowledge, and accordingly our behavior and organizing our life does not exist in a fixed form, independent of the particular reality, and ready for being simply transmitted to young generation. The nature of this peculiar form of knowledge was recognized already by Kant, who has acknowledged that it consists in raising questions that exceed the capacity of our mind, but still are inevitably must be raised again. It means that we need to be highly critical of our own temptation to apply, particularly to the present critical situation of the world, schemes of knowledge that have discredited themselves. In this situation, the problem is, what do we teach to those who are entering the university with their high and justified expectation that it would provide them with proper orientation for their lives? Far too often, this expectation is met with an education with providing them a type of knowledge, so-called knowledge, that exists in the form of self-enclosed totality with no relation to reality. As a result, we become confident in the power of theory, which has little to do with its application. In this case, we ignore the famous formulation of Aristotle in his sixth book of Nicomachean Ethics. Those who are teaching how to perform must themselves be performers. At this point, I feel obliged to express deep appreciation to all those who were in various ways helpful in providing assistance to our non-standard project. They all were not obliged to do it and still have found ways of spending their time and energy to secure our very existence and survival at the time when Belarus was not easily identified on the world map. It's not possible to name all of them, but some names deserve to be mentioned. George Soros, Dan Davidson, Greg Prince, unfortunately he is not able to join us, Jonathan Fenton, Bill Maines, Horton BB Center, he is also here, David Kramer, Bob Norik, who was going to come here, unfortunately prevented by car accident. It is from US. Johannes Rau, Konrad Schily, Christoph Heuschen, Ronald Pafala, Hans-Georg Pöttering, Germany, Per Unkel, Daniel Tarshis, Urban Alin, Sweden, Erhard Buzek, and Benita Ferreira-Waldner, Austria, Bill Newton-Smith, and Anne Lonsdale, Great Britain, Claude Joliffe, Stefan Chmielewski, France, Donald Denham, Ireland, and many, many others. Unfortunately, not all of our staff, who were very helpful in establishment of our project, are still alive and can be with us. Some of these names should be named at this moment. This is Sergei Pankovsky, Svetlana Naumova, Vladimir Furs, Zoe Yarashevich, Gennady Kuchinsky. 30 years after, what are kind of challenges before us? The very establishment of our university in Belarus was possible only in the form of a private institution. However, it is a very difficult way of living. In all countries, private universities exist by demonstrating different high quality of research and teaching. It is particularly difficult to accomplish in the field of humanities and social sciences that constantly lose their prestige worldwide compared with successful development in natural sciences and technologies. While being grateful for general support we are still receiving, The only way of our responding to these challenges is consolidation of our efforts and to challenge ourselves. In his famous speech after receiving Nobel Prize in Literature, Albert Camus, in his speech in Uppsala, Sweden, was proposing to enjoy the fact that European culture was witnessing the end of its coddled, effeminated, and pumped culture. By saying this, he said that, that it might seem that we confronted with a wall, but he regarded to see this wall as a door. And this symbolic indication, not just to look for easy ways of preventing, but to regard any kind of wall as a door, it is a challenge for all of us. I think that, dear colleagues and friends, if we will apply it to ourselves, it's highly difficult to fulfill. But still, it is life. And we have to respond to these challenges, but our practical way of doing within the framework of our great project. I congratulate all of us with 30 years of existence of our university. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Anatoly Mikhailov, for your precise insights. You may find your seat.
Okay.
Well, I would like to ask several persons to come closer to the stage because we're going to prepare the equipment, the headsets for your discussion panel, which is going to happen in a couple of minutes. So I address Professor Dr. Sergei Ignatov, Professor Dr. Artūras Vasiliauskas, philosopher Dr. Viktoras Bachmetjevas, Professor Dan Davidson, and Mr. Andrius Žalaitis. Well, dear friends, we're now transitioning into the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the discussion is: how do universities promote social humanitarian functions while fulfilling their integral mission of transforming Central and Eastern Europe? The panel is moderated by writer, journalist, and civil society activist, Soviet dissident Arkadiusz Vinokūras. And the panelists are, once again, please welcome Professor Dr. Sergei Ignatov, Rector EHU, philosopher Dr. Viktoras Bakhmetyevas, Vilnius Magnus University, Professor Dan Davison, American Council, and Mr. Andrius Zalitis, advisor to the Minister of Science, Education, and Sports. Dear friends, after the discussion, you will be able to ask questions. So please, applause to the panel discussion participants.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honorable participants of the discussion. I am Arkadiusz Vinokūras, as I said, and today I will moderate the first discussion of the day, how honorable, on the topic, how do universities promote social humanitarian functions while fulfilling their integral mission of transforming Central and Eastern Europe. But before giving the floor, I would like to make a short 2-minute discourse on a story that will show how important it is for young people a guide who helps them realize the importance of democratic principles for themselves and society. EHU delivers that. So, time, Soviet-occupied Lithuania, 1965, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, and so on. At that time, a good part of Lithuania, not having a EHU equivalent, listened to Radio Free Europe, Voice of America, Radio Vatican, Radio Sweden, remember? Radio Sweden, Radio Luxembourg. And it was these alternative sources of information that shaped our views of Soviet dictatorship. Of course, our parents shared with us their memories, their history of the pre-war free and independent Lithuania. In 1970, we organized a hippie movement in Kaunas, around 50 young people, girls and boys. And not only that, we went to Tallinn, Estonia, together with our Latvian and Estonian counterparts, and we organized Baltic Youth Anti-Soviet Underground Organization. We were betrayed and locked up in prisons, mental institutions, tortured, and kicked out from schools and universities. In 1972, a young man, Romas Kalanta, set himself on fire in protest of Soviet occupation. Kaunas youth, around 3,000 people, rebelled, took to the streets, and the protest continued for 2 days. It was suppressed, brutally suppressed, as the young people were brutally suppressed in Belarus. However, the struggle for freedom did not end there. In 1988, again, Kaunas people, Kaunas young people, went to Vilnius on a congress and demanded the exit of Lithuania from Soviet Union and restoration of free and independent Lithuania. With this story, I just want to say how important EHU's activities are in shaping the free spirit of Belarusians and respect for democratic principles. I know that a dozen EHU students and alumni participated in the protests against Lukashenko's dictatorship. And I'm sure that EHU students will shape the future of democratic and free Belarus. So I would like to say to Professor Anatoly Mikhailov and all of you, well done, EHU, well done. Now, I'll ask participants of the discussion to present your position, maybe 5 minutes each, on the topic we're going to discuss. And debate flow. After the presentation, the panelists will provide a broader explanation of their position. After that, questions from the audience. And finally, moderator, that's me, will ask each participant a question. Closing remarks by moderator. So let's start the discussion. And the first one, Professor Dr. Sergei Ignatov. The floor is yours.
Thank you. In 3 or 5 minutes, from the time of ancient Egypt, education is in the heart of producing the elite of the country. And during these millenniums and centuries, there are different ways of organizing educational institutions in order to prepare the future elite of the country. We are a university, and EHU, we follow the traditions inherited from the first Bolognian university. And we understand here, not only in this room, but we believe that university changes environment. I mean the social and political environment. Starting from the time of Bologna University, the real university should be universitas, which means community with legal status. University is supposed to be studium generale. It means that the university links the local and global, and linking the local and global, the university breaks the borders of the town, of the country where it exists. It means that all students, for example, our students of EHU, never mind they're Belarusians, Russians, Ukrainians, from Kazakhstan, from Egypt, all these students are citizens of the Republic of Knowledge. This means studium generale. And what is the most important when speaking about the changing the social and political reality, this is university autonomy. University autonomy is in the core of changes of society. Because even in my previous life, I graduated an excellent university. This was in the time of the communism. I graduated excellent university, and I have met a lot of young people and scholars from different universities, and you remember, even in Soviet times, it was possible to conquer the space, to develop technical and different sciences. But these universities in Soviet Union and in this communist bloc in Eastern Europe, they didn't have university autonomy. They didn't have this. You graduate as a professional who is like a slave of the country. And that is why in the beginning of changes after the collapse of the communism, there was a need in very high speed to establish university institutions which are first independent, I mean in Eastern Europe and in former Soviet Union, independent, and the main instrument was to establish private institutions in that time, like EHU is here, or Central European University in Budapest. The second, all these institutions were focused on humanities and social sciences. Why? Not only to create new elite, not only to help these Eastern Europeans to remind them that they are Europeans but not Homo Sovieticus. But humanities and social sciences suffered during the totalitarian regime. They were deeply in a crisis because humanities and social sciences were under the pressure of ideology. And now, in this situation, we had a circle. On the one hand, there is ideology. And of course, humanitarian knowledge even is not a knowledge, only to cite what was said, for example, from the leaders of this ideology. But on the other hand, graduates of humanitarian knowledge created this ideology after graduating the school. And that is why there was a need in early 90s to establish universities focused on humanities and social sciences, because if we want to change the reality, the conscience, the image of the world here in Eastern Europe and in former Soviet Union, there is a need of new humanitarian knowledge. This is the main instrument. For example, I remember in my country, because I was involved more than 20 years in building similar university, and when we had a department who provided new reading, new understanding, for example, of Bulgarian literature. And I remember the resistance of all researchers, scholars, how you dare to speak about this literature in this way. But now after 30 years, everything is normal. They understand what happened in that time. So what I want to say, that if the universities are the main instrument of changing the social and political reality. When I say university, in my mind, these are educational institutions which are independent, and in institutions which have its own autonomy. This is very, very important, because even in the time of Byzantium, there is the school of Magna Ura. Maybe we can say that this is university. The high knowledge was there, but wasn't independent. This was under the pressure of the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire. For example, this is not university. That is why contemporary, the university of our days is focused on three missions. First is education, second is research, and the third mission, the very, very important mission, is the mission which is linking the university with the civil society. The third mission describes our civic instruments in our civic engagement. You can find a lot of publications on this topic during the years. This is very, very, very important, because there is a dramatical change even in the management of university. What I see, last 30 years, we are moving from the traditional Humboldt type of university to the third generation of universities. And this third generation of universities I try to describe now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I do have a follow-up questions, but I'll put it on later. I will leave it on later. So the presentation of Dr. Viktor Bakhmetiev, please, your position. Oh, yeah. Yes, please.
Well, thank you.
The position on the topic.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to also give brief remarks, and hopefully after that we'll have a more broad discussion. I would like to start from I think an obvious statement is, which is that I think nowadays we demand, as a society or societies in general, we demand quite a lot from universities. We demand them to give education which would be useful in professional life. We demand that they provide education which would be useful in civic life. We demand from universities that they provide research which can be useful. We also demand from them to provide research which is fundamental. We demand from them to be some form of a citadel of freedom, and the list goes on. What I would like to propose today is that I think one of the problems with universities, or with our understanding of universities, is exactly that we demand too much. and we lose the sight of what is at the core of university. And I would like to propose very modestly that the core of university, that what universities do best is generate and disseminate knowledge. And I would actually say even more modestly and more vaguely that what universities do best is that they generate and disseminate meanings. And meaning, of course, in English does not have the same semantic field as smysl in Russian. But what I mean by these meanings is that these are the ways to see, to interpret the world. Universities are really good at doing that throughout the history. That's what they did in the Middle Ages. That's what they did when they reinvented themselves in early modern times with the advance of technology and interest in nature. And I think that's what they did also in late 19th century, early 20th century with the reinvention of advanced research institutions. And then, in light of what I just said, I would like to propose that every time when we start demanding something more from universities, this is just a symptom of one form or another of a crisis in a society, of a crisis which I think Professor Mikhailov already mentioned in his keynote, that we tend to think of a university as a go-to thing whenever we are at a loss, and we start asking from them something that they are not really built to do. And I'll give you an example. Maybe it will be a risky one, but let's try. It's a discussion anyway, after all. My own university, I'm from Vytautas Magnus University, not from Vilnius Magnus University. Vytautas Magnus University, which was established by a young republic of Lithuania in 1922. As you all know, after the collapse of empires in our region, there were newly born quite a few nation states. And these nation states, of course, they were fragile and vulnerable, and they were looking for ways to create a nation or to establish it, to make it stronger. And universities were seen as a tool, or if you want, even a weapon, an instrument for that. And my university, Vytautas Magnus University, was exactly that. It was a national university in all senses of this word, and it was used to promote the interests of the state with all benevolent intentions that they could be. But I'm not criticizing it, just giving an example of how university can be geared towards some societal goals. But I would still maintain that although it is possible, what makes a university great, any university, is how much it is in relation with the core of what it is to be a university, with the very idea of a university. And that for me is to generate and disseminate knowledge and meanings. And even when we speak about, of course, that it is a triviality to say that we never live in an ideal world where we can just practice the very idea of university. So we always are attached to societal needs and interests and so on. But I think even then, there is a quite good criterion how to judge if a university is going in the right direction or in the wrong direction. I think I was thinking about the EHU and the example of European Humanities University. And I think a university quite often has to choose, as it happens at least in our region, that quite often it has to choose between the government and the society. And the university which chooses the society will always win. Will always win, although at that moment in time it might look like the hard choice. I think what the history of EHU teaches us is exactly that. That if there is a choice between political power and society. The choice of society is always the right one. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Excellency.
Welcome, Mr. Vasiliauskas, to our discussion. And the next, Professor Dan E. Davidson, American Councils for International Education. What we're talking about here, what you can hear, and the context is multicultural within the universities and education. Please present your point of view.
Very much. Am I audible here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can hear
okay.
you.
Putting on my 40-year hat, university teacher and departmental head in the area of language and understanding. And the reason I wanted to do that is because the challenge ultimately, I do agree with my colleague that the most higher education people would say that the ultimate purpose of university is the generation of knowledge, the creation of meaning and understanding. What the medieval university, and we think Padua, Charles, and Heidelberg, might have called the scientizing of the universe, and making it sensible and rational in some ways. The classical university certainly never saw itself as a kind of storehouse of technical knowledge that was there to serve industry or the Pope or the Medicis or whoever. It was had a much higher and more lofty purpose than that. And for that reason, we see the creation of technical universities and specialized professional universities, of which different generations sprung up in different times. Harvard University was created, as you know, in 1633 as a specialized university for the preparation of clergymen, as was Yale University. So there's very narrow, modest, if you will, vocational function of the early universities, which then went on to develop in other ways, in more classical ways. I wanted to recall a kind of funny quotation from Larry Bacow, the president of the university from which I graduated. Larry has just stepped down as president of Harvard University after an amazing 5 or 10 years at Harvard. But he was cornered by university journalists who were very much enthralled with the sheer positivism of testing. And this feeling, which perhaps you've encountered among your colleagues too, that if only we could test people at the beginning of their university career and then again at the end of the university career, we would quickly be able to identify what that university career has created in terms of knowledge and success. Now, this is anybody who has been at a university understands the flawed nature of that question. But Larry answered in a special way, which impressed me. When the journalist said, what about having a finisher's exam for Harvard students so we know what they learned during that time? I understand that might have a certain appeal to a very pragmatic American Congress. And Larry said, well, I would worry about a practice like that because I fear that you wouldn't see any difference between the pre-test and the post-test of most Harvard students. I'm not so sure the post-test would be better, and that which was a provocative but probably true answer. And so the journalist persisted and said, so then what is the value of a Harvard education? And he reflected and said, well, it's about independence of thinking. It's about having an independent mind. If I had to put it down to one factor, I would say it's the development of critical thinking. And as I think about EHU and the challenges that you've all been talking about today, what it means to address the change of a mindset, and what a disruptive and challenging and often nearly impossible thing that is, to take a person's basic cognitive frame of reference and all the behavioral codes that align with that and change it. You've grown up with a certain understanding of the world, but after you leave here, it's going to be different. And so thinking about EHU not in 1992, and I had the privilege of knowing the university then, and not even in 2004, but the EHU that starts operating now in 2022 with the new entering class. And we think back to that euphoria of the 90s and the idea that the world would be transformed, that democratization in Eastern Europe and Belarus and the former Soviet states was inevitable, that it was just a matter of unleashing those forces and democracy would be here. Think of that, of the euphoria that brought us Francis Fukuyama's The End of History. Remember, it's all over, it's all changed. Madeleine Albright comes to mind, as Anatoly was reflecting. And of course, what we have seen since that time is something totally different. A decline that none of us could have imagined. Activity in this very region, which for me is an area of specialization, that is so revolting that I wonder even why my own students would want to study this. I mean, there are those kinds of problems. Freedom House does these annual surveys, and for the 16th consecutive year, the number of countries where the decline in rights and the support of human rights, major human rights, like independent judiciaries, freedom of the press, fair and free elections. For the 16th year in a row, that number has gone down. And Belarus sits with the lowest group alongside Zimbabwe and Ethiopia and Sudan. Oh yes, and Turkey is in there too, and mention other countries as well. This is the current baseline for the students who are going to be coming here now and coming in successive years. And this is the group you want to transform, right? The people who have lived in a very different world than those bright kids that came here back in '92 saying, I want a European education. These students come because the situation is existential. It's not so clear what they can do and where they are right now. I spent a fair amount of time thinking and writing a book on what immersion, what transformative learning might be. And what I'm thinking about is a legacy of persistent authoritarianism that goes beyond, or may even be comparable to the Stalin period. We know that mindset in our students, their parents, and the society. It's narrow, the thinking is monopolistic, it focuses on the absolute existence of a single correct truth, apart from which there is nothing else. It's a matter always of what's the right answer. Don't tell me there are several right answers. It's often ethnocentric, it's deterministic for sure, it is self-censoring, it is reluctant to take responsibility for the decisions or for opinions in general. I'm describing something that every faculty member in this room knows well, right? We've all worked with that. And EHU has a good history of supporting transformation away from that very, very dismal and troublesome baseline. But I think to be successful now, all of you who are teaching or administering programs for students entering here from this, with this virus, if you will, are going to have to be attentive to this starting point of what Leonid Svanich Vygotsky would have called their zone of proximal sort of learning and acquisition, because I think we're going to find their readiness to learn things and do things is going to be different and more narrow and more difficult than the group than the bright-eyed folks that came here 20 years ago. Let me just stop right there.
Thank you, Professor Davidson. I have really raised your presentation, raised really interesting questions in my mind. We'll continue later on that. So thank you. And please, Andrius Zalitis, Advisor to the Minister of Science, Education and Sports, please present your...
Hear me?
Use it, not. Yes.
1, 2. Okay, now it works. So hello, everybody. I'm happy to be here, and congratulations for EHU on this very important occasion. I would like to start out by following up on what Victor said, that the expectations for universities are growing day by day. And I would think that we can apply this in a broader sense. Expectations for education are growing day by day. And I mean that this applies to school education as well. 3 weeks ago, me and my colleague from the ministry spent an afternoon doing a very silly activity, I would say, is going through all kinds of forums and articles and other places where people express their ideas and trying to collect different subjects people think that should be introduced into curricula in schools. We found over 60 of them, from yoga to sleep hygiene to personal economy and so on and so on. And I think that a completely similar thing is happening with universities in Europe, at least, because that's what I've been following most keenly. And we've already heard the words third-generation universities mentioned today. And I think following the policies of the European Commission on how European higher education area has evolved, I would say that we are at a crossroads in a way, where there is more and more attention aimed at the third mission of universities. And I think there are certain risks that it might overshadow or at least decrease the importance of the first two missions, which is generation of knowledge and dissemination through teaching and students that go out into the world and apply the knowledge that they've reached. And I think that there is no consensus in Europe, at least, on what the third mission actually means. I mean, in theory we know, but in practice, when we try to, make it into actionable activities, it sort of breaks down. And the same could be said about universities' social responsibility. We have different definitions that, are used by different groups and so on. But I would put them all into a spectrum, from a completely conservative position, where there is a certain amount of ignorance that all of this change is happening. Basically, we're only sticking to research and teaching and, please leave us alone kind of approach. Then there is, the other kind of spectrum, where universities claim to seek out like an inner revolution, a complete revision of their activities, which is usually focused on the third mission of universities. And that means that they risk, and they usually communicate about that risk and the understanding of it, of losing those values that have been proven in time, basically lessening the importance of teaching and research and what they provide for the community. I personally stand somewhere in the middle of the spectrum. I think that it is clear that community engagement is important for universities. And I wouldn't say that it's a big issue in Lithuania, for example. We've seen what happened during the pandemic. We've seen what happened to, in recent crises. And universities were there as active participants in solving these issues. I think they did a very good job as members of civil society, in a way filling in gaps between what the government does and what the private sector does. And I think this is one of the functions that we should be really happy about, that universities carry out well. And as members of civil society that do this part very well, they do not seek power. They seek to actually, just solve issues that arise. What I think is a challenge is slow issues, like the climate crisis. Or I would say a recession of democracy, where there's a momentary thing like a pandemic, it is much easier for everybody, for every single human, I think, to react in a certain way. But then if an issue is slow, sort of like trickling down, like the climate crisis, it is much more difficult to choose this as a priority, even for a week, a month, or a year, and incorporate it into activities of any kind of organization, including universities. So I think that this transformation is happening, but what I see is that those universities that start to experiment and look for ways to engage the community, like different approaches, they always make a circle and round, turn around and look at the most efficient ways to do this is exactly the first two missions of universities, teaching and research. And when they try to look for other forms of community engagement, they usually end up with making some changes in how they teach. For example, implementing more challenge-based approaches, implementing civil service learning experiences and projects, and so on. So I agree with what Victor has mentioned, is that I think by sticking to the roots and these two main missions, universities actually completely well can carry out the third mission as well. But it does require some revision, some flexibility, and so on. One thing that has been mentioned as well is that, for example, I think that it's in our all interest to seek a system where universities provide a chance for social mobility, for example. And we see that in Lithuania and all across Europe and the USA especially, we have big issues with that. In Lithuania, for example, there's a difference of 4 times between lowest and highest socioeconomic background students coming into higher education and successfully finishing it. So there are certain things that we need to solve, but I wouldn't say that we need a big revision of activities of universities in any way. And just to come back to the civic society moment, I think that a democratic country is aided in many ways by universities, and so are universities aided in many ways by democratic countries. And I think that recent examples all across the world have showed us that if a country shifts towards more autocratic tendencies, universities are suddenly at risk. Orban and European Central University, what Brazil did with their universities by slashing budgets and commenting on study programs that are too leftist, Erdogan in Turkey with thousands of imprisoned students and teachers and many more fired, only I think proves that in a way a university that functions well is completely opposed to movement towards more autocratic societies. And I'm happy to say that at least in my perspective in Lithuania, we go hand in hand. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrius Zalitis. Before we continue, I just would like to mention that I'm no stranger to teaching. I'm not only a writer and journalist, I'm a professional actor and teacher in theatre and movement. For 15 years, I've been teaching in Scandinavia and Australia. So I know and understand the problems of education. With us is Professor Dr. Artūras Vasiliauskas, the Vice Rector of Vilnius University. Please, Professor, present your position on our topic, which is how do universities promote social humanitarian functions while fulfilling their integral mission of transforming Central and Eastern Europe. Please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes.
Well, so, yes.
Okay. First of all, I'm really delighted to be here. Part of my life was professional life was related to EHU. I was a humble assistant for EHU to function here, to work here in Lithuania and prosper. So I'm really delighted to take part in this discussion. And I'm apologizing for the mix-up of time, so I came too late a bit. But I was able to hear at least some of the contributions, and I have to say I concur with almost everything what was said, and maybe I will try to introduce some themes and some things which will bring my perspective. And I want to make it a bit personal, this perspective. I would like to come back to that time when the age of freedom was unfolding in this region, in Central and Eastern Europe and in Lithuania. It was a wonderful time when I was very young, and I remember that then the Sąjūdis, the Lithuanian National Reawakening Movement, was established, and everything was going well, and we expected independence soon. I think not only me, but my friends, we understood politics as the art of telling truth. You say the truth, and the reality changes. I think one of the most important political acts, for example, in 1988 in Lithuania, was publication of a Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. So I remember it as a revelatory event for myself as well. And of course, we achieved independence, and life started as usual on its normal ground. And that meant that this politics as an art of truth came away a bit, was supplanted by the usual daily life of partial interest, of ideological bias, of pure pragmatism. And when you look in this situation and you try to identify the institution who carried on the coherent commitment to the critical observation of reality, it was, of course, universities. No, I don't think there are other institutions who are doing that on a routine basis. And universities, I think Victor has said a lot about that already. From the time of the academia growth in ancient Greece, that are doing just that. And anything else is a sort of a thing which follows from that mission and which helps to address other issues. I understand that we live in the age of government funding, then government sets targets, and of course the graduates, the candidates, the students, they want to have good jobs, they want to prosper, and that's very important, and universities provide that. But you cannot provide that really if you do not address the core mission of the universities. That is critical observation of truth, and avoidance as much as it is possible of all these partialities. Of course, we know structuralists, postmodernists, or whoever else, they taught us that it's impossible to be completely impartial. But the intention to be so, but the active position to observe the reality is still important, I think. And I also think that it's funny. I just noticed that actually I was related to 3 universities. CEU, Central European University, EHU, and Vilnius University, who were suppressed for being the real institutions of observing the truth and analyzing reality critically. Vilnius University was shut down after the 1831 uprising and did not exist for almost a century. CEU, it was suppressed in an allegedly democratic European Union country of Hungary and moved to Vienna. And EHU, I don't need to tell you the story. So the importance of upholding this mission is, you cannot really underestimate it. So I would like to be quite brief because this personal perspective can be too biased, I think. But I think this is my point. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. Let's now go back to our participants, and to whom I will present a question in the presentation, the frame of presentation. And let's start with Professor Sergei Ignatov. While listening to your presentation, I start thinking about the different cultures, different political experiences, so how to juxtapose them, subordinate them to one idea. I'm talking about students from many, many countries in EHU, for instance, and they come from different social classes, different political systems, and how to implement that to all of them, what you have, how you put it, the humanitarian knowledge. Mr. Ignatov, yes.
Me?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Humanitarian knowledge.
Shall I repeat the question?
Okay. Different cultures. The problem is that this is my faith that never mind what culture is university, and university is a part of the culture, for example, of the city, like was in Bologna or in Paris, in the country. But on the other hand, in our days, university is a part of this university long tradition, about 1,000 years, which is different. That is why even in our European Union, we have different higher institutions. We have universities, but we have institutes. They are not universities. According to a bureaucratic world in Brussels, we can find that university is a higher institution which covers, for example, 3 or 5, I don't remember now, study fields. But this is bureaucratic approach. That is why I start always with what happened first in Bologna. University should have academic autonomy. University should be community with own special legal status, and university should be studium generale. If we have these 3 points, in different cultures, university could solve all these problems. For example, as I mentioned, that this international community from different countries, in our case, countries which are in the war now.
Exactly.
This is not easy, but we all the time in our communication insist that we have different values. And here the question is, what is more important in university life? Education and research, or social community life? According to our traditional view, of course, this is education and research. But I would say that education, research, and social community life are equal. Because this is not possible to have university without this social life. Why should we support university if the graduate of this university do not have experience to change the political and social environment in their country, for example, in the case of Belarus? It's very easy for us to be focused only on knowledge, education, and research, and to have a good professionals, but not well-educated citizens, not responsible for the development of the society in their own country. And this is the main difference. And our colleague mentioned that there is no clear view, for example, about the third mission at university in our union. But this is very easy to explain. Of course, there is no clear vision, because here in European Union we have different types of universities. And traditionally in Europe are prevailing the so-called Humboldt universities. This is the so-called second generation of university. The first is Bologna University, second is Humboldt type. Now there is a third generation. I'm very proud that EHU is trying to be a part of this third generation university. And when we are speaking about this classical type of Humboldt University, of course, this is a tower of ebony. All the people, students, and the teaching staff, they dedicated to research, to knowledge. They produce knowledge, but they do not care how to sell this knowledge to the society, because this is the tower of ebony. And of course, in our days, especially after the beginning of the globalization, something new happened in in university worlds. First, in the history of universities, we have the competition for the best professors. Worldwide competition, like Olympic Games. But it wasn't possible to the end of the 80s even. We have a competition for the best students. And what is the most important thing, we have a competition now for the best agreements with the enterprise world. What I want to say that what we are facing, what is happening, that the two separated in the past worlds, the world of university and the world of enterprise, they tended to mingle now. And this mixture of the enterprise and the university world, this is the main explanation what is the third generation university. And of course, because of all these changes, now no more these monodisciplinary faculties, they're not effective, for example. On the other hand, do you remember what happened in Europe in 2010? I remember just now, a minute ago, because I suffered from them. 2010 was very, very important year for the development of education and research in Europe. There was in Lisbon signed a declaration that in 2010 Europe will be #1 in education and research in the world. The United States will be #2. But now it's 2022 and we didn't meet all these requirements of our dream to become #1. And one of the problems, there are a lot of problems, but one of them is that there are different university cultures now in our Europe. And of course, nobody wants in administrative way to change this culture, because I think that this will kill the European culture. We are very proud of our Humboldt type of universities, but now step by step, new establishments appear in the field of this university culture. And in our case, this is very important that for the case of EHU, that this EHU, why EHU exists 18 years in exile? For example, what happened in 2004? Lukashenko shut down the university because this is a center of brainwashing. And what happened if this university was, for example, state university? This will be the death of university. But because we have this autonomy, this invisible energy of the university, is possible. It was possible for the university to move to Lithuania and to be reborn. And we are 18 years here. Why? Because institutionally we are based on the formula of the first Bologna University. And there is a joke, I like this joke. Do you know which university is the first university in exile in the university history? This is the Oxford University. They first went in exile because this is the University of Paris. And they had problems with the authorities there, with the mayor of the, and they decided they decided to leave the town. And this is the first, but flourishing university in exile till now.
Thank you so much, dear Professor. Yes. Thank you for that detailed answer. Thank you. And we'll continue. A question to Dr. Viktor Bakhmetiev. I would like to ask the participants to keep it shorter because we have just a half an hour to go, but it would be just great to talk to you until the end of the day. Okay? So, Viktor Bakhmetiev, I was listening to a speech, of course, for your presentation. And you mentioned, you stated that we demand too much from universities, I understand. And what do you mean by too much? Don't universities really have to go beyond their essential mission to disseminate knowledge and to participate more actively in society? The students who come out from EHU actually does that on the streets in Belarus?
Okay, I'll try once again. When I say that we demand too much from universities, I mean, of course, us as a society in corporate. If at all we can speak of society in corporate in terms of these demands. This, of course, does not mean that universities do not live within societies in which they exist, and does not mean that the individual members of the communities of the universities, they somehow disattach themselves from the societies in which they exist. When we talk about the alumni of any university, of course they continue with their lives because they came to the university to receive the knowledge or the meanings which I spoke of, and hopefully they come out of these universities empowered rather than disempowered. So they come out as individuals who can take responsibility for their own lives and for the environments. And I think the example of the alumni of the EHU is a good example because it shows this is a functioning university in this particular second sense of disseminating knowledge. We can judge about that by the numbers of the alumni of this university which are active in their societies and in their communities and who take responsibility for their lives. I think this just reinforces my point. Where I would like to still stress another thing is that I do not mean to say that universities are somehow have to exist as in Humboldtian vision as somehow outside of their own societies or outside of this planet, if you will, this mythical God's eye view of a scientist. I think we have learned that this is impossible. But I think still we can keep the intention. I think the Vice Rector spoke about the intention, and I think that the force of that intention is what makes a university great. If there is one criterion, I think that would be this.
Thank you so much. And Professor Davidson, while listening to you, I saw what you picked up there of the Dr. Bahmeti offended, and it's a kind of an eternal debate. Does the university has a responsibility to participate in social or political life? After all, how do you prepare students for this? It's all about independent mind, you said, knowing how easy it is to manipulate the minds of young students, even in USA universities. Their critical thinking disappears within university itself. What do you think about it? What would you say about it?
Well, I hope that's not true.
The council, but, any professor who thinks differently.
Sure. No, this is arguably exactly the right question to be thinking about, because if educating young people and producing new knowledge and research are still the basic functions of every university, including EHU, then where does the preparation of the citizen come from? In other words, whether it's taking down the walls of the university and sending the students out in internships, which I think we all do, sending them overseas, making sure they've had international experiences. But to me, the core function of the university in making students aware of, let's say, diversity of opinion, that sitting in a small or large classroom with people with very different backgrounds and very different opinions has been noted by my colleagues, I think the president of Yale, who said this, that a university that is not diverse in its population is not a good university. And that ability to Well, I liked a journal I never read, but the National Review. Nate Hawkman said recently that the very incarnation of democracy, of democratic civil behavior, is sitting with a person you disagree with and trying to understand the best, most worthy part of their argument. To me, that's what we can do in a university, apart from taking people a little bit out of the noise and buzz and misinformation and hum of social media of normal life, to the extent we can give them a quieter place to reflect and learn to listen to one another. Then we will have given those people, we're not preparing just narrow technicians, we're preparing well-qualified graduates who also have the ability or have sensitivity, diversity of opinion, can deal with diversity, can deal with failure, because that's one of the problems with monopolistic thinking, that if my venture or my proposal is not victorious, that's a shame. And in another culture, it's actually shame and entrepreneurial failures are things that every entrepreneur I've ever met has been proud of. I had one successful venture, but you can't believe the 33 bad ones that went before that. People who can speak with pride about losses, about arguments they lost, and what they learned from that. That's, I think, the essence of good democratic behavior, because those people will go out and join businesses, they'll become managers, they'll become leaders, they'll become political leaders in some case and be able to support larger issues with respect for human rights and respect for the larger kind of humane issues that are there. So I think it comes down to the day-to-day work of our universities, making sure students have opportunities to serve in student government, to be themselves leaders, to understand the challenges that brings. I worry that many of the students entering this university right now may well have had no direct contact with any truly democratic institution until they leave Belarus to this wonderful, amazing place, which is Lithuania, but still in full immersed contact with Belarusian culture here. It's an authentic cultural immersion set in a, if you will, protected place where they can learn and they're going to be free to grow.
Thank you, Professor Davidson. You know, EHU's environment, I think it's within the EHU's environment, it's maybe easier to balance between these different ideas, because we have, this university has one common enemy and consolidates this. It makes easier for the educators to educate. Thank you so much. Andrew Zalitis, you said that there is no consensus in Europe about the mission of the university. Just without nuances. Is it so difficult to find a balance between a conservative understanding of the mission and a liberal one? I would like to hear more about the challenges facing the modern university, especially in the context of war.
Okay, first of all, I wanted to clarify that what I meant is that the definition of the third mission of universities is always dependent on the context of where the university is. If it's in a rural area, this mission looks like a certain thing. If it's a very well-developed city and a large country, it changes. So that is why it is difficult to actually try to systemize it and to draft any frameworks of how it should look like, because in every single case, a university finds its relation to the community outside of it in a different way. And also it might have different ambitions. Some universities claim themselves to be more national-oriented, others claim to be regional institutions and such. So this is what I meant. I don't think that there is any doubt, maybe with some very minor exceptions, about these main functions of universities, that it's teaching and research and everything it brings. And could you repeat the part about the war, because I didn't grasp it. Yeah.
What I meant was the context of war, and maybe modern universities should adjust somehow
Thanks. I think that we've already seen this during, well, up until now, from the beginning of the Russian aggression towards Ukraine. First of all, Ukrainian universities had to adapt very quickly because we started receiving messages from colleagues in their ministry, in their universities, a week after the conflict started that, for example, all of their servers are down and they can't hold up their databases, their online learning courses and so on. But they did adapt and they were quite quick to move into more flexible online learning approaches. And another thing that happened was, of course, that many students started fleeing the country and looking of chances to continue their studies abroad. And in Lithuania, we thought that it is our mission, along with the universities and collegios, to provide such a chance to carry out their studies that have been abruptly stopped by the war because they simply had no infrastructure to carry out those studies anymore. And our wish is, of course, that those students that did come to Lithuania and then they finish up, they become qualified experts and they can come back to Ukraine to help rebuild it. I think that this also created a moral dilemma for many countries in Europe. It was basically about, do you want to attract more Ukrainian students? Because I think that it's, in a way to brain drain a country that is already in a very tough situation. Yeah. And we've seen some countries behave in a way that would attract even Ukrainian students that are in no direct danger and that have a chance to study in an institution that is carrying out their study process. And in Lithuania, we try to balance that and not to go overboard, to help out those that really need it, but not to try to attract more people in an already very complicated situation for the Ukrainian country. So,
okay, thank you, Andrew Zelitis. It's important to know what we have capable intellectually advisors to our education Minister of Education and Sports. And Professor Artūras Vasiliauskas. I was listening carefully what you've said. Did I hear a hint of kind of frustration in your speech? Being a young student with a romantic understanding of reality, whose maximalism is severely limited by life. Disillusionment with university. Where does it, university steps in? It's quite, where does it steps in and make students strong believers, but with very, very critical mind?
Okay, I don't think I'm disillusioned. I think that, this was a nice time and we moved on into the complex democratic society with all that issues and universities are part of that. But I would like to come back to the third mission discussion. I think that we need to specify more clearly what we need to achieve and what needs to be improved in the function of universities in that sense. I think that, first of all, universities are already making a huge social, humanitarian, or expertise impact on societies. The problem is that universities are not telling the full story about that. They're not convincing the societies about their role enough. The other day, it was on Tuesday, I think, we had a Finnish University Nobel Prize winner in physics, Professor William Phillips. And he gave a lecture. I'm not a physicist. He gave a lecture in a full house about the gases, atoms, and how to cool atoms, and how can you get atomic clocks out of that. At the end of that lecture, I was regretting that I'm not a physicist. That was a fantastic science communication and impact he showed. And he also noted one interesting fact, that the US Navy is a very smart institution with the funding without any strings attached, this kind of research for 20 years. So that tells something about the good partnership between universities and the government. The next thing which is important, and we're doing that a lot, I think, EHU, Vilnius University, Vytautas Magnus University, all of us are doing that, but we need to improve that, is educating society. They live in the region where we are besieged by the propaganda messages. You know, in the time of war, that is especially intense. But on the other side, I think that in modern contemporary life, individuals, people living in democratic societies are attacked by manipulation all the time, by marketing manipulation, by media manipulation, by all sorts of manipulation. I think there are departments at corporations who think how to manipulate our mind, how to sell a thing to us, yes? So the role of universities is to constantly challenge that and show societies how can they function critically and avoid these complete biases, which are constantly sort of trying to lead us astray, I would say. So that's the second thing which needs to be improved. And the third thing, I think it's most complex, is how do we work even in democratic societies with policymakers, decision makers. Universities have a lot to say, but the problem is that the policymakers, they don't listen often, or they say they don't have time, they say that they're affected by other groups. But I think universities should be more active in this policy dialogue area. I'm happy that Vilnius University and other Lithuanian universities are engaged in Lithuanian Strategy 2050. And it's good that the government proactively invited all us to sit down and think about the distant future. But I think that even across the world, it's not yet a well-defined area. How do you work with policymakers to transmit all that knowledge, all that understanding of the world in which we live?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's really thoughtful problems you pick up, and I think we will clarify them in 5 questions that you maybe have received from us. But I would like to turn to our audience, and anyone would like 3 questions and short answers because we have time problems. Yes, please.
If we have some people who would like to give a question, please raise your hand. We will propose a microphone. You'll be able to give your question. Please, the microphone here, please.
Please, your name and
address your question, whom it is.
Lyudmila Ulyashina, thank you very much for this panel, for these discussions. You are representative from different universities, and we're talking about transformation in Central and Eastern Europe. What do you think? What is joint for all these universities, which can be a matter for closer cooperation? And what is the role of EHU if this fantastic cooperation would be possible? Thank you.
Whom you're asking?
I address this question to all our guests.
Thank you. Anyone who would like to answer the question?
I can start because for me it's easy. Because my university already collaborates with EHU. And actually, not just my university, but my department of philosophy, we have a common PhD program, so it already works. And I think in that sense, EHU is a normal university in the best sense of this term. It has research, it has students, and it follows the core mission of universities, at least the way I understand. For me, I would just wish to the EHU that it could serve the society that it was established to serve more effectively, which I suppose every one of us wants that at one day it could return home to its home country. But I think at this moment in time, if we put aside this fact, EHU is a valued member of global community of universities.
Thank you. Anyone else, please?
Maybe the rest of
And present yourself, please. We are short of time, so anyone will take. Okay.
Okay, so is there any question?
Please present yourself.
My name is Viktor Martinovich. I'm associate professor of European Humanities University, and I wanted to ask Mr. Vasiliauskas a question. First of all, I wanted to admit that your definition of politician 30 years ago is brilliant, really. It was somebody who is telling truth, and that truth makes a miracle of changing their social reality. But I have a feeling that since then, nowadays, the meaning of politician changed. And now we see a politician as somebody who is telling the lies. And these lies, unfortunately, changes the reality in very wrong way. And in that case, in that situation, what would be the role of university and professors? Shall we correct the politicians? Shall we debate with them? What is our role? Thank you.
Shall I answer? Well, I think in democratic societies, the politicians' role is to represent their electorate. And that means sometimes not telling the truth, I'm afraid. I think and I don't like it. I disagree with that, but this is that reality that in order to represent, you need to navigate different interests, different understandings, and be elected. That's the reality of politics, electoral politics. I think that the role of the university and scholars and scientists is to tell, first of all, about the disastrous consequences of possibly wrong decisions. And I don't want to go to political examples, but if, for example, some big country attacks another country, they need to call anthropologists first of all and ask, can we win that? Can we overcome that society? Can we? Since some politicians they rely mostly on readily available data from their advisors and from political circles, which are really shallow and do not help to understand the complexities of the world. I think the main mission of scholars is to tell that it's more complex than you think. It's much more complex. Please take into account this and that aspect. Yes, and so I think this is our constant role. We need to regularly perform in that way, that we tell politicians, decision makers, this is more complex. This will have this and that consequence. Yeah. So that's my answer.
Yes, please.
Just,
Professor Davidson.
Just to back up what you were saying, just as the Vice Rector was just saying, calling on university faculty to address power is not unknown. Speaking the truth to power can be dangerous sometimes in some societies. It can be uncomfortable in many societies. And that's the rationale, I bring this up now, for why university faculty, scholars, should have lifelong appointments or tenured positions. Because that gives them the protection that they cannot be fired for speaking the truth, for exercising their First Amendment rights in the US sense. Think tanks are supposed to do this too, but think tank employees generally do not hold permanent university positions. They can easily be fired, and in fact, they're often political in the first place. So I think there's a rationale here that if the government is going to call on university expertise, which it needs, then there should be protections in place for when what you say in return is not very popular, not what they want to hear. And to me, that's one of the points that goes. The other point I wanted to make, which is to the earlier statement of the importance of international networks and the wonderful connections that EHU has with many other universities in the world, just to say that there is right now so much to be shared with your unique experience here in this part of the world, with people all over the world who are trying to teach everything from citizenship to critical thinking to dealing with this frightfully controlled media, disinformation media that authoritarian regimes manage now in these sort of so-called closed loops of information that can take in even sophisticated people. They can make good material for studying in classes and helping students to break through those false narratives, spot them when they come up. There's a lot you know here that could be usefully shared around the world. And I'm just struck by the incredible power of the disinformation that comes out of your neighbors from the East. I mean, it's amazingly powerful how it works all around the world. not just here and in the Central Asian states. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have only 5 minutes, so we'll just choose one question to all of you, anyone who would like to answer, and I will continue on Mr. Davidson, Professor Davidson, on where you ended. And the question is, we have representatives of 3 or 4 universities in the panel, seeing how right-wing anti-democratic politicians are taking power in Central Europe, as well as in Italy, and of all, Sweden, where I lived for 30 years. It is necessary to answer the question, are universities no longer able to inoculate students against authoritarianism? Anyone?
It's not fair to hold universities responsible for what just happened.
We're talking about universities.
In the Swedish elections, right?
That's correct.
Right. What we can do is make sure that our students can make sense of those events, that they can put it, what we give is an understanding, that sort of smysl. Again, it's that being able to share what on earth causes this, what's the larger historical picture here. What's going to happen with Bolsonaro in Brazil in the runoff of that election. But our students should be able to make sense of that historical context and put it in a broader picture and be able to discuss it and make some kind of sense of it. That seems to me the best you can expect of a university.
Well, we talked about the internal problem. Yeah. Okay. The next question. Have universities closed themselves off from the public, thus losing influence on that public and politicians?
If I may, I don't think that universities have closed off themselves and they are ivory or ebony towers, but I think that they're on a path of learning of how to communicate with society in a way. I mean, individual academics, they have their own status in a way. Usually they communicate and they have their own readers and a lot of people that they influence. But in certain fields, when universities do not have these star academics that are also good communicators, they struggle a little bit. And we've seen that during the latest crisis of COVID, for example, where there was lots of pseudoscience and it was really complicated for people to actually choose between, information and to see what's real and trustworthy and what's not, because pseudoscience is a thing that flatters higher education in a way, because it imitates research. It kind of endorses research, the research process itself, but at the end twists it a little bit to something untruthful, and that is why I think it's so complicated for people to separate that information. So I think universities now struggle with that because especially this communication with society changes really fast. Like if you want to influence the public, most likely you have to be an expert Facebook commentator, or even better, a TikTok storyteller or something like that. I have a friend who teaches communication in one of the universities in Lithuania, and he had an amazing exercise for his students. He gave them a task to reach out to people that we called anti-vaxxers and to try to convince them of certain misunderstandings in the research that they've been providing. The success rate was 7% at first. Then they tried to look into these successful stories of when they managed to convince a person on a Facebook group and try to implement these successes in a broader scale. On the second round, I think the success was around like 25%, where somebody said that, okay, I made a mistake, I misunderstood something, and so on. So it's a search, it's an ongoing process.
Thank you. And now I'll ask 3 questions without answers, because just food for thought, okay? Because we have to, when I will leave one, we'll ask one question later, and to Mr. Ignatov. But right now, questions which we would think about all of us. How did it happen that the slogan rule of law, which should be constantly disseminated by universities, was not heard and did not spread in society, giving way to economic and political corruption? The same paradoxically also affects legal institutions, including the prosecutor office. It's one question to think about. Do universities really fulfill their social humanitarian functions, carrying out an integral mission to transform Central and Eastern Europe when we see how easy it is to corrupt, control and manipulate societies in Western democracies? The next one question. Isn't it time for universities in the context of brutal fascist Putin regime war against Ukraine to get out of their virtual reality, to come down from their academic glass mountain, to formulate methods and models that will help to operate political and social processes, or at least to influence them? Just to think about it. And then to Mr. Ignatov, I will have a question. This issue is about responsibility. I have in mind alumni and students' detention in Belarus. 6 EHU alumni and 2 EHU students are recognized as political prisoners. On 6th of September 2022, Minsk City Court sentenced human rights defender EHU student Maria Rabkova to 15 years of prison and fined her for 22,400 Belarus rubles, that's around 8,800 euros. The court found her guilty of violating 10 articles of the Criminal Code of Belarus. The hearing was held behind the closed door. Akihiro Hayesuke Hanada, another EHU student, only 18 years old. I was myself arrested when I was 18, I know what it means. Sentenced to 17 years for the same article. Human rights defender EHU alumna Nasta Loika was detained in Minsk City Court on September 6th following a hearing in the so-called Revolutionary Action Group case. The reason for her detention remains unknown. Tatiana Kozina, EHU alumna who was detained on June 28, 2021 at the Minsk airport while leaving the country for Tbilisi, had been detained in connection with a criminal case. She was taken to the detention center in Akretsin Street, and a few days later she was transferred to the Vladarsky pretrial detention center. Sofia Sapega, Mykola Diadok, and Vladimir Malakausky are also still detained. So the question is, Mr. Ignatov, do EHU and the university financial supporters take responsibility for those brave former and current EHU alumni and students in Belarus? And if so, how?
Okay.
Please, a short answer.
Very, very short answer. The university is doing all our best to find, to organize financial support and to help our graduates. From the very beginning, from August 2020, our university decided to support with just a moment. In the field of juridical support was organized, and attorneys are paid by our university. And what we are doing, we have a special financial support from Nordic countries especially, and with this financial support, many, as I mentioned, 247, for example, students from different universities from Belarus, they joined our university, they found shelter, there 35 scholars at risk. We are doing our best, but in this case, we are just university, and our power is more spiritual than effective.
Thank you so much for your answer, because it's important to know that somebody takes care of you, but you have support, but you are not forgotten. That's what we know from our Lithuanian history, and history of us while sitting in prisons and mental hospitals. It's very important to hear that. Okay, I might have wrong, but universities must take responsibility to become active opinion makers, not only of students, but also of society. Universities, in the context of education, I think, must do everything so that in the struggle of dictatorships against democracies, dictatorships have no chance of winning. So thank you so much to the participants of the discussion, and to all of you who came to listen. This shows that the topics covered are vital. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you all of the participants of this panel discussion. It's Mr. Ignatov, Mr. Vasilauskas, Mr. Bakhmetyevas, and Mr. Davidson with Mr. Zalidis. Now, I would like to invite you to the main hall for a short break of 1 hour. This is going to be a lunch break, and please follow our event assistants in the hall. They will lead you to the main restaurant Taurakalnis. And let us meet for the second panel discussion at 3:30. After the lunch, I will encourage you to occupy the first rows, the first seats, and bon appetit. Dear guests, we are going to start our second can take a seat.
Just
Well, hello and welcome back after a short break of a nice and tasty lunch. I hope you are well. I hope you are full and ready to listen for another second panel discussion. So welcome back and let's commence with the second panel discussion of this day. The topic is contextualizing the academy. What is the significance of EHU to Belarus and the region? The discussion is moderated by Professor Dr. Tatiana Shitsova, and the panelists are Dr. Henrik Huitfeldt, Head of Cooperation at the EU Delegation to Belarus, Associate Professor Dr. Andrzej Pukšto, VDU, Alexandra Dinko, journalist, Dr. Dmitry Kruk, Research Associate, and Professor Dr. Almira Usmanova, EHU. Please welcome them on stage and with your warm applauses.
Well, thank you. Dear colleagues, welcome to the next panel. I think I will start with a short comment regarding our previous panel discussions. It seems to me it could be a good bridge. It could build a good bridge a kind of critical bridge probably between the first panel discussion and this second one. Somehow it was discussed that it was presented the idea that a political dimension must be situated somewhere beyond the university, as if it's possible to make this step. In this regard, it seems to me we have to take into account that university is the institution that is built on, intrinsically, built on power relations. For example, selection of rector is a political step, political issue within the academy. The very way how political relations are arranged within the university, the very way how decision-making process is arranged at the university, this way is historically, socially, and culturally conditioned. So it's the question of particular context. The second thesis presented during the previous discussion was about the key mission of the university, which was considered in terms of production of knowledge and creating of meanings. It's true, of course, but it seems to me it's absolutely not enough to focus only on this statement. We have, as academicians, we have to ask what kind of knowledge is produced and at which price it's produced. We have to ask about creating of meanings for whom? Answering all these questions depends, again, on the concrete social, political, and cultural context. Let me mention in this regard a famous book we carefully read in 19th. It was a book by Bill Readings called University in the Ruins. In this book, also showed that university may very well continue producing knowledge and continue creating meanings, and nevertheless be in the situation of deep crisis. So we have to contextualize the academy, and this panel will be devoted exactly to this topic and this purpose. Contextualizing the academy, what is the significance of EHU to Belarus and to the region. Let me introduce more concretely our speakers, our panelists today. First of all, I'd like to add that our panel is a multilingual panel. We have 3 working languages: English, Belarusian, and Russian. So please, it concerns not only panelists, but all participants, if you would like to raise questions or give some comments. You will be, of course, invited to do it a little bit later. Our speakers today. Let me start with introducing Олександра Денько. Олександра Денько у 2009 році скончила гендерную магістратуру Європейського гуманітарного університету. Зараз яна з'являється медіа-менеджеркой, журналісткой, я хочу сказать, вельми вядомой у Беларусі журналісткой, документалістка. У 2019 році Олександра атрымала амерыканскую прэмію імя Эдварда Мараў за матэрыял пра Рэнальда Кныша, трэнера алімпійскай чэмпіёнкі Вольгі Корбут, якога яна і іншыя гімнасткі абвінавацілі ў сексуальных дамаганнях. У 2020 годзе Олександра атрымала прэмію «Гонар журналістыкі» ад Белапан. Next speaker, a colleague of mine, Almira Usmanova, is a philosopher, cultural theorist, and gender scholar. Almira is a professor at the Department of Social Sciences, head of the Laboratory for Studies of Visual Culture and Contemporary Art, and academic director of the MA program in Gender Studies at the European Humanities University. Almira started to work in European Humanities University in 1997. In 2000, she became the director of MA program in Gender Studies, the first one in EHU and in Belarus. The renewed edition of this MA program was opened in 22 and is the only gender studies master program in Lithuania and in Belarus. Almira Usmanova was a founding head of the Department of Media from 2005 to 2014, under the auspices of which bachelor program in media and communication and master program in cultural studies were launched. Dmitry Krug. Dmitry Krug was business economics researcher at different institutions at different periods, like the Scientific Institute of the Ministry of Economy of Belarus and the IPM Research Center. Currently, Dmitry is a researcher at BEROC. It's a famous research institution, well-known research institution, not only in Belarus, but in the whole region. BEROC means Belarusian Economic Research and Outreach Center. From 2004 till 2020, Dmitry was an economics lecturer at the Belarusian State University. Since last year, Dmitry joined the academic community of EHU as an economics lecturer as well. And last but not least, Henrik Wittfeld. Henrik has a PhD in economics from Uppsala University. He worked extensively in many countries of Central and East Europe. And the last thing that must be stressed is written there. Currently, Henrik is the head of cooperation at the EU delegation for Belarus. Well, what does it mean to contextualize the academy? Just to give a very preliminary definition, as I understand it, probably the colleagues will add something and develop this idea. To contextualize means to place university in concrete context and in concrete times, which the university has to correspond to. Correspondingly, or accordingly, the question of significance of the university. This question is the question of how, in which ways, and to what extent does university correspond to concrete demands of the epoch and to concrete demands of the particular society. So I suggest, therefore, you see a particular gap between the possibility to correspond and there is a question to what extent it's realized and under what conditions, etc. So let us look more analytically and more critically, but critical in academic sense, so that this critical approaching would be in favor of the European humanities institutions and its future, and in favor of our improving our understanding of the history we were engaged, history of our institutions. As for the general logic of our panel today, we agreed with colleagues that we will hold 2 rounds. At the first round will be devoted to the historical period of existing our university from the very beginning, from its founding to the year 2020. So just let us look at this period, because then the next step will be dedicated the events that happened in Belarus, in our region, and what role university, and what is the role and significance of our university in this very topical, very urgent historical, social, political context. Well, back to logic. Each panelist will give a short talk, no more than 6-7 minutes, devoted to the suggested issue. And after this first round will be followed by your colleagues' mutual comments and reactions. Then you will be invited to share your opinion devoted to current situation of our university, devoted to necessity to place our university in the region within this critical political crisis situation, both in Belarus and in the region. So, please, Almira, maybe you start.
Okay, I will be speaking English. The question, of course, is quite serious in the sense that it's very difficult to respond to it within 5 minutes. And in particular for those of us who have been working in EHU since the 90s. Actually, Tatiana also has been working in EHU since the very beginning of the university, and thinking of what impact EHU had and will have on Belarusian society. Of course, I'm thinking about all these decades, and that's why I said that it's very complicated. I would say that in the 90s and before our closing, before we moved to Lithuania, probably we had a kind of different understanding of our mission and what we can do, because in that context, many things that we launched and that we started in EHU and the university itself was actually quite novel in Belarusian context. And at that point, in the end of the 90s and in the beginning of 2000, I think we understood that we are doing something important, providing the alternative, educational alternative for Belarusian youth. At the same time, now I think that we have already produced like several generations of students of EHU, those who started and graduated in Minsk, those who got their first BA and MA degrees here, and those who came to university after 2020. And I do think that even if there is a huge difference between these generations of students, still something that we can call the spirit of EHU is common to all of them, despite this complicated institutional story of Belarusian and Lithuanian period before and after revolution of 2020, before and after the beginning of the war. So I do think that we have a spirit of EHU, that EHU started and was able and was capable and actually continued to provide the university education alternative to Belarusian universities that young people get through the state institutions in Minsk and in other cities. And then I also think that what I see particularly important about our impact and about our role, it's the production of knowledge. It's something that Tatiana already mentioned, because EHU's, as well as any university's mission, probably first of all provide education, but nonetheless important, or likewise important, is to produce knowledge for people outside EHU. And in this respect, I do think that we also were quite successful, because if you look to the size of university, it used to be small, it continues to be small, and nevertheless, despite this size of the university and its very short period of history, which includes only 3 decades, if to compare it to the number of publications in different languages, in particular in Belarusian, Russian, and English, I think it's a lot for a very small institution. Just to give an example, here I'm representing also our Center for Gender Studies, and I will be speaking probably in more detail about it tomorrow, because it's not only 30th anniversary of EHU, but also 25th anniversary of the Center for Gender Studies. If to compare it to the situation of gender studies in the region and in other countries where the so-called neoconservative turn and neoconservative populism actually produced completely destructive consequences for the development of gender studies. 25 years of gender studies in EHU related to the history of university, I think it's an absolutely great and success story. And probably we don't have today here the books and the journals that we produced and the translations that we did, but let me just mention that through MA studies of gender studies starting from 2000, we actually have graduated, we gave education to more than 100 students. And if to look around in the region and in Belarus in particular, who were those activists and scholars in gender studies who continued and developed that what we do in the Center for Gender Studies, I would say that 80% of them had some relation to our MA program and to our Center for Gender Studies. And that's just one of the examples. And probably very briefly also on another thing, it was mentioned that Tatiana mentioned when introduced me that we launched and we continue to provide the education in media and communication field. And here again, I think it's very important to remember that before our forced moving to Lithuania, I mean forced in the sense that we were closed in Minsk, but when we moved to Lithuania, we suddenly realized that probably it's also time to start some new programs. And again, EHU didn't have, it was more classical humanities university in Minsk, but starting from 2005, when we launched the BA program in media and communication, I think that was also the beginning of new era, the era of new media, the era when the role of new media, of social media and of digital culture raised significantly. We can see it on the history of the evolution of EHU itself, which started to be the very advanced, technologically advanced contemporary university in 2004-2005, but then also the media and communication program, which provided education to several hundreds of Belarusian students who continue now to work in media sphere. I think it's also one of the things that can be discussed separately because we all understand what role today propaganda does in Belarus and in Russia and unfortunately in some other countries as well. And even if we were not probably aware of what role old media, such as television, could have played in the 90s or 2000s. Now we see that, of course, the situation that was caused by the war and actually everything that was preceding to it, the destructive effect of media such as television in both Belarus and Russia, we understand that it should be a new generation of people who understand very well not only how to resist to propaganda messages, but actually how to develop a completely different democratic media culture. And here I will stop and probably will continue to talk about it later, but just I would like to underline that EHU was, made this step in a very important moment. Even at that time when we didn't realize yet how important could be the media education in our post-socialist spaces and in particular for Belarus.
Альбира, thank you so much. Перед тем, как передать слово Хенрику, я хотела бы, может быть, как-то специфицировать свой вопрос. Henrik, if you don't mind, I'd like to add something, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it in Russian. I know that you understand. Yeah? Okay, thank you. Henrik, вы возглавляете миссию, да? Делегацию. Да. Это у меня такая оговорка по Фрейду. В голове вопрос про миссию ЕГУ, и поэтому на первый план вышло это слово. Да, возглавляете делегацию Европейской комиссии и сейчас, конечно, занимаетесь прямо Европейским гуманитарным университетом. И вот Альмира в своем выступлении обратила внимание на то, что представление о миссии университета менялось с течением времени, были какие-то нюансировки. И если вернуться еще к моменту создания университета, и даже, может быть, еще позволю себе маленькую биографическую такую ремарку к учебе в БГУ, когда я впервые имела возможность слышать лекции Анатолия Арсеньевича Михайлова. Вот фраза, которую Анатолий Арсеньевич Михайлов очень часто повторял, звучала так: «Нам все еще только предстоит». Нам все еще только предстоит приблизиться к европейской интеллектуальной традиции, изучить европейскую интеллектуальную традицию, усвоить ее, следовать за ней, осваивать ее и так далее. Вы человек, который, Генрик, представляет Европейскую комиссию и вот опекает наш университет. Интересно было бы узнать, видите ли вы нашу миссию не только в таком свете, когда наша задача сводится к тому, чтобы освоить, догнать то, что было упущено, и освоить канон европейской интеллектуальной традиции и воспроизводить этот канон в соответствии с критериями, которые вырабатываются в западных институтах, в западных фондах, в западных академиях и так далее. Очень интересно услышать ваш взгляд. То есть определяете ли вы для себя миссию университета, который сформировался, был основан в Беларуси, сейчас имеет некоторое притязание вносить вклад в развитие региона? Видите ли вы возможность формулировать нашу миссию еще каким-то иным образом?
The mission of EHU, yes. Okay, let me try, but I will approach that maybe from the logic. I have been talking about the potential of EHU, and I think we will come to the mission in the end. So first, I would like to say I'm happy to be here, and I'm very happy to be in an academic environment. I have been an academician, but it was a long time ago, so I'm happy that I'm addressed as a doctor. It rarely happens in the last 20 years. So, and I also must say I got very inspired of the discussion in the first panel. It started me to kick in my critical thinking, and so even if I will be critical partly of the university today and what it can be, it doesn't mean that I don't acknowledge the successes, which I think has been enormous, and this enormous achievement that we're here today, 30 years later. So starting with the first thing, so I got very inspired of this panel of men, but I missed the women, so I'm happy to have Almira here. So having 25 years of gender studies maybe was not enough to make that happen, but maybe next time, or this panel at least is more equilibrium. The second thing that from the first panel is that there was mentioned that the university doesn't inoculate us voting for right extremists, and Sweden was mentioned as an example. Then I immediately went down on my telephone and checked at the numbers. I think actually, I don't know, this is not updated from the Swedish election last month or early this month, but it's, I think it says like the Sweden Democrats, which are the right extreme party, they have like 5% of individuals that doesn't have university education, or the other way around. They have only 5% of the population with university education, but then 20% in total. So that means that actually university education is inoculating the people from voting right extremists. So it's not enough university education. Then there was this inspiring personal talk from the professor vice director from Vilnius University about where you're coming from, and I think it's very important where we're coming from. And I think I also had an inspiring talk with Professor Mikhailov in the break. The university comes from the early 90s. So I'm also a child of 1989 or this period. I studied Russian and Eastern Peace Studies in the end of the 80s, and I'm bearing that with me a lot. I get a lot of this kind of positive optimism about development in general in society. It comes from that period where everything seems possible. Maybe now it's 2022. This year it's really dark times and maybe feel naive to have that with me, but it's very difficult to get out of it. I still have it there. is driving me forward. And I think that says something about how the formative years, the university years of the person are influencing their whole life. So I think that's really important bringing with you when you think about what the university can do. So I'm like 40 years down the road from that, and I still have that with me, that these really important things that are happening during these years. But I say, like here, I'm not representing an academic or an EHU expert or something. I'm representing a donor to EHU, the biggest donor probably right now, and I'm new, but I'm also new to the world of the EHU. I've been working in this position for a couple of months. So I will not be able to analyze the ups and downs of the university over the years or the successes, etc. But what I can do is coming back to Tatiana's question, so I can point a little bit on how I see the potential of EHU and some examples from elsewhere and where it could strive. And I think that is obvious to all of us that EHU has a really great potential, and it could, and I think it should, given the history, play a central role in the support for a free and democratic Belarus. And maybe more, even wider, the political and societal transition in Eastern Europe in general. But it should be able to educate, or it could educate the future leaders, and it should become the home for democratic-minded Belarusians, maybe also Russians and Ukrainians that are here for reasons of repressions and war at home. And I think this potential has always been there, but I think it's has even, of course, an increase due to what happened in the last years in the 2020 events in Belarus and the repression afterwards and the Russian war in Ukraine, etc. We'll see that we know that the number of potential students that are attracted to EHU is large and increasing, and we also see this year an increasing number of students. I think this is very positive, and I think we should need to do an analysis of why we have more students, but I think it probably comes from this. But it gives a lot of responsibility for EHU and to use this time. It's a time now to do and take advantage of this potential that is there. Because I think that this potential is to some extent underutilized for different reasons. So it has been related to internal governance issues in the EHU and financial challenges. I know that the reputation of the universities is not great everywhere due to some earlier episodes of the history of the university. So there's a lot of things that are not exactly there where it should be to be able to take in this university. And this is something that I know the university is working on, and it's not so easy to change from one day to another. But what I'm missing, what I really think that the university should be, I think and what I'm missing is this kind of sense of full ownership and the vision from the Belarusian community of what EHU should be and what it should become. That this is like become the home of Belarusian democratic minds. So many people unfortunately, from Belarus has been forced to emigrate and they choose to come to Vilnius. EHU is here. That should be the democratic home for these people. And they have the potential to become that. But I don't really see where that ownership is. And I think that has to be strengthened. I can just give some examples from elsewhere, from my career. In the end of the 1990s, I was working on my PhD at the Charles University in Prague at the Center for Economic Research and Graduate Education, SEARCH. It was founded by the Czech-American economist Jan Švejnar, who came back to Prague after the changes, and he really wanted to make a contribution to that. So he had that Czech soul in his heart. He wanted to come back and provide and give back from his experience and what he had learned in the US during his years there. And I know at that time there was a lot of students from all over Central Eastern Europe at SEARCH when I was there, including Belarusians. I know that several of them have come home to their countries and played a similar role. Maybe not the Belarusians, though, unfortunately, for obvious reasons, but they could also. Your Soros is another obvious example, but you all know the role of Central European University. But it's a similar thinking. And if you move forward in time, like 15, 20 years later, so 5, 6, 7 years ago, so I was working in Kiev, and I was working very closely with the Kiev School of Economics. And I think where the Kiev School of Economics were at that time was pretty similar where the EHU is today. There have been a lot of ups and downs. They've gone through number of crises, and it was difficult for them to come to really utilize this potential that they were having. But at that time, after Maidan, a number of key alumnus came back from the US and elsewhere and took strong ownership of the university, and it became their university. And in a number of years, they were able to really move things around. They were not easy. There was challenges that has to be done, but it happened. But it came to a large extent from that full ownership from these people. And this is what I think is really important for EHU to also take that advantage of that potential of the Belarusian community here and elsewhere. So, if I come back a little bit on the role of donors and where we are, so we have international donors like the EU, Lithuania, the US, Sweden, and others. We have invested a lot of resources over the years to support the EHU for this reason, because the potential is there. But it should not be taken for granted that this support will always be there. It has been there. It has been different episodes of strong donors from the US side, from the Swedish side, from the EU side. But to really be able to move into financial sustainability, the school needs to do significant things, because without this financial independence and sustainability, it's very difficult to do all the other things you want to do, increase the quality of education and quality of research, etc. So, on where we are now, maybe this is, I can maybe continue for the next part on saying a little bit of the reform process and how we see that is ongoing now, maybe. But let me stop here then.
Thank you so much, Henrik. Thank you, especially that you started discussing both internal and external problems and difficulties that really make it problematic to achieving our mission, to realization of the task and claims our university already has. Александра, дякую знову-таки, што долучилися до нас. Сёння вы адзіныя, хто можа даць нейкую ацэнку нашаму універсітэту з пункту гледжання студэнцтва. Таму вось the floor is yours, вам слова. Якія былі вашыя чаканні, калі вы ішлі ў універсітэт? Чаму? Не будзем правадзіць сумоўе, але вось ці спраўдзіліся чаканні, і як вы зараз ацэньваеце сваю вучобу ў універсітэце і месца нашага універсітэта і роля універсітэта для Беларусі і, мабыць, у рэгіёне? Дякую.
Okay, so at first, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk in Belarusian, because somehow it's very important to make Belarusian sound for this audience and during the conference. І мне сапраўды асабліва важна, што абмяркоўваецца той унёсак, які EHU зрабіў ва ўмацаванні грамадскай супольнасці, таму што для мяне заўжды было відавочна, што само існаванне універсітэта ў статусе універсітэта ў выгнанні стала магчымым толькі таму, што ён узяў на сябе гэтую значную ролю актара ў грамадзянскай супольнасці. І ўрэшце мы з вами ўсе жывем цяпер у такія часы, калі немагчыма проста сказаць, што я настаўнік, я проста бухгалтар, я проста салдат, таму што кожны наш учынак гэта грамадскі выбар, і вучыцца ў EHU гэта быў грамадскі выбар, і застаецца грамадскім выбарам, працаваць у EHU гэта грамадскі выбар. І я ўрэшце, як ужо Тацяна правільна заўважыла, і ёсць такім прыкладам таго ўнёску, жывы прыклад таго ўнёску, які EHU зрабіў грамадзянскую супольнасць. Я, як ужо было сказано, скончыла гендерную магістратуру ў EHU ў 2009 годзе. Якраз Альміра была адной з маіх кіраўніцаў. І у мяне на той момант быў вельмі шырокі досвед беларускай дзяржаўнай адукацыі. Я ў тым ліку скончыла аспірантуру ў Беларускім дзяржаўным універсітэце. І, канешне, першае такое самае яскравае ўражанне, калі ты трапляеш у EHU, гэта патрабаванне і стымуляцыя крытычнага самастойнага мыслення. якую ад цябе патрабавалі падчас вучобы. Ну і важна было ўсведамляць і разумець, што ты з'яўляешься часткай глобальнага акадэмічнага працэсу, глобальнага адукацыйнага працэсу. І ведаеце, мала што памянялася. Вот 12 гадоў таму, 13 ужо гадоў таму я скончыла магістратуру, і цяпер я размаўляю з цяперашнімі студэнтамі, магістрантамі ЕГУ і пытаюся, ну як табе тут вучыцца? І яны кажуць, ой, а мы не зналі, што так было магчыма, што кагосьці цікавіць нашае меркаванне, што можна чытаць літаратуру па-ангельску. І вот гэта тыя людзі, якія таксама маюць досвед беларускай дзяржаўнай адукацыі. Я таксама хочу сказаць, што веды, якія атрымала ў магістратуры па сацыялогіі ў ЕГУ, яны вельмі моцна паўплывалі на маю прафесійную працу, на маю працу як журналісткі. Я свядома, канешне, звяртаю ўвагу на пытанні гендернай роўнасці, на пытанні інклюзіі, няроўнасці, правоў чалавека. Гэта ўся тая оптыка, якую мне прышчапіла ЕГУ, і якую я, як чалавек, які на той момант быў вельмі моцна ўкаранёны ў Беларусь, ну, літаральна не мела магчымасцяў атрымаць у нейкім іншым месцы. Таму, безумоўна, для мяне самы значны такі ўнёсак, які я найперш хачу заўважыць, гэта падвышэнне прафесійнага і адукацыйнага ўзроўню прадстаўнікоў грамадзянскай супольнасці. Гэта самае галоўнае, што яго для нас робіць. Апроч таго, мне важна і прыемна, што я дагэтуль камунікую са сваімі аднакурсніцамі і аднакурснікамі, і гэта не проста асабістая камунікацыя, а мы супрацоўнічаем. І калі я даведваюся, што хтосьці мае адукацыю ЕГУ, гэта стварае такую проста прастору бяспекі. У цябе ёсць магчымасць з гэтымі людзьмі ў Беларусі звярнуцца да агульных каштоўнасцяў, да агульнага светапогляду. І такіх людзей у грамадзянскай супольнасці вельмі шмат. За ўвесь той перыяд рэпрэсій, які зазнала беларуская адукацыя, гэта, ну, давайте возьмем там апошнія 20-30 гадоў, я магу сказаць, што ну ледзьве не кожны, а калі не кожны, то кожны другі прадстаўнік грамадзянскай супольнасці штосьці скончыў у ЕГУ, альбо гэта бакалаўрыят, альбо гэта магістратура. І гэта, канешне, працуе на стварэнне такой вельмі моцнай і вельмі салідарнай сеткі кантактаў, на стварэнне гарызантальнай структуры. І, канешне, гэта ўсё спрыяе ўмацаванню грамадзянскай супольнасці ў Беларусі. Я думаю, што ўсе гэтыя гады ЕГУ паспяхова спраўляўся з гэтымі функцыямі, ён іх робіць цяпер і будзе працягваць выконваць. Але вот, канешне, падзеі 2020 года змянілі ў Беларусі літаральна ўсё, і 22 год змяніў нашу глобальную павестку і месца, якое ЕГУ займае. У рэгіёне самім, і ўжо ёсць амбіцыі на тое, каб ЕГУ сапраўды ўплываў на фармаванне рэгіянальнай павесткі. Ну, таму перад ЕГУ стаяць вялікія выклікі, і я думаю, што якраз такі гэта час і для грамадзянскай супольнасці уключыцца ў тое, каб дапамагаць ЕГУ займаць належнае месца. У мяне ёсць некалькі прапановаў, задач, якія стаяць перад універсітэтам. Я з задавальненнем падзялюся сваімі назіраннямі на гэты конт. Дякую.
Дякую вялікі. Я хачу вось гэты новы слоган адукацыя ЕГУ прастора бяспекі, калі ласачка перакласці, каб быць упэўнены, што ўсе гэта разумелі. Образование ЕГУ – это простора безопасности. Александра говорила в том смысле, что когда встречаешь человека в Беларуси и узнаешь, что он получил образование в ЕГУ, вот в этом контексте гучыць гэта мода. Адукацыя ЕГУ – это простора бяспекі. Security space. Вот что датычыцца школы, што ЕГУ – гэта таксама школа салідарнасці, дазвольце мне зноў-такі ўзгадаць такі вельмі істотны момант у гісторыі універсітэта, калі універсітэту ўжо было вядома, што яго закрываюць. Выкладчыкі разам са студэнтамі, альбо студэнты разам з выкладчыкамі зладзілі такую пратэсную акцыю каля будынка па адресу Броўкі 3А. І я вельмі добра памятаю, што калі вось пратэстоўцы стаялі на вуліцы, кіроўцы машын, якія праязджалі, сігналілі ў знак салідарнасці. Вось гэта вызывае нейкія асацыяцыі, зразумела. У сённяшнім кантэксце таксама. Добра, рухаемся далей. Дмітрий, вот Henrik mentioned the problem and the task of achieving sustainability providing sustainability for our university. As you are a specialist in field of economy, maybe it creates additional framework and context for your contribution to this introductory contribution to this panel, please.
Thank you.
Language of your choice.
I think for convenience of the bigger part of the audience, I'll speak English. So I'll focus mainly on the obstacles which I see for future activity. As you mentioned, that contextualizing means looking at the current stage, the conditions that we have. So in my view, the situation since 2020 has changed considerably, and through this, the status and the mandate of the EHU with completely great super job during previous 30 years, but nevertheless, in order to combine with the time, with the new challenges, needs some improvements, and I'll focus on them. And one more disclaimer, very short disclaimer. As Tatiana mentioned, I'm a pretty new person at the EHU, so maybe my highlights will be more like a person standing nearby than like an insider. So I would begin with the consideration that maybe the main highlight of mine will be there is a time to scale up different directions and in different senses. What I mean, I'll try to go in more details. The first issue I would like to focus the status of the university. The colleagues mentioned that the status of the university as a university in exile, actually it allowed the EHU to survive and to develop in previous 30 years. And it's absolutely true. Once again, I treat it as a great success. But what I think in the context of this future, I think that this status, I don't say it should be reconsidered or changed, but I think it should be supplemented. I think that something like thinking about the issue like an ambassador of the Belarusian system of education in the European space of education, or something like a bridge of the Belarusian educational system to the European one and the global one is much more perspective. Why? I'll try to explain. On the one hand, today's Belarusian system of education, what we have in Belarus, it is more and more is being absorbed by Russian standards, and which in turn is going to nowhere, to black hole. And Belarusian education can hardly resist to it today. In previous years, when there was something like not being understood what is the direction, people in Belarusian universities, they still had some engagement, some cooperation with the global educational space, and they hoped it is still possible to be the part of it. Now they understand it is absolutely impossible. And since then, and for a vast majority of people in Belarusian academia, now it's absolutely evident, they try to find any benchmark outside the country. And they, in this situation, actually look at the EHU. For people in humanities, it is more or less understandable and evident. But people in other social sciences, in natural sciences, they also want to have this kind of benchmark. So that is why I say that trying to saying that we are not just a small university, but we are at the university which creates the benchmark, which creates a basement for the future development of Belarusian education. This is much more ambitious and influential, and I really believe this may work. And the same issue.
Doesn't work.
It works. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, now it works. Even if we, I'll take that microphone. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Even if we look to the future, the Belarusian, the perspectives of the Belarusian educational system, I think that it will take optimistically at least 20 to 30 years to change Belarusian educational system. From this perspective, I think that EHU is again an ambassador at the kind of a door of Belarusian educational system to Europe, to global space. It's an extremely important issue. So my idea here and my message here, it is the time to scale up from just the status at the University of Exile to much more ambitious status, the ambassador of Belarusian in the educational space. A couple of words I want to devote to the spectrum of disciplines studied at the EHU. Professor Mikhailov, during his keynote speech, mentioned that it is extremely important to have this humanitarian core, which is the basement for thinking. I absolutely agree with this issue. But at the same time, what I think is also important, that such kind of paradigms are also established and created not only in such humanitarian sciences as philosophy, political sciences, but in some others. And as being an economist, I can argue about economics as very influential in today's world. And for instance, Danny Roderick from Harvard University, he says that actually during the last 50 years, just economists are those guys who are creating paradigms used by the global world. And in this sense, my idea that this is a time to scale up means that expanding the spectrum of the disciplines to cover the space where we can create this knowledge and create contemporary standards of education should be widened and expanded itself. So I mean that the recent direction of expanding due to cooperation with the PAM in the sphere of programming, the idea of cooperating with us, with Baruch, I mean, at the direction of economic department, this is, in my view, is extremely right and great direction. So I really think this should be a beginning for further steps. And just a couple of words about cooperation. The third highlight about the possibilities of cooperation with Belarusian so-called scientific diaspora. Here, I think this is one more issue which can help in this scaling up, in expanding activity. For our as economists, 10 years ago, it was a huge surprise that plenty of Belarusians, they're distinguished professors in American and British universities, and we not always knew about their names. And for us as Baruch, it was a huge asset to have contacts with this, as we call them, scientific diaspora, who also contributed much to our both scientific and research potential and actually showed us the direction. As far as I know, in other disciplines, not only the economics, there are plenty of prominent Belarusian names in global universities. And I think this is a kind of directions that can be also used at the EHU for this scale up, both in terms of quality and quantity. And perhaps I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dmitry. We have another good formulation to be discussed further. Maybe we want this conference as well. EHU as political suggestions, actually. EHU as an ambassador instead of EHU, the University in Exile. Also, it seems to me that the two definitions are not contradictory at all, and maybe also, it seems to me that these two definitions are not necessarily contradict each other. Short remarks as we try to gather now different associations, images, concepts and metaphors. Henrik mentioned this pretty dramatic to academic community problem with problematic reputation, still problematic reputation of our university. And it seems to me that to improve this reputation, we could probably use another suggestions. I'd like to refer now to one discussions with Павел Данейко. Однажды мы разговаривали с Павлом. Павел здесь присутствует, поэтому хорошая возможность прямо отослать к первоисточнику. Когда-то в Минске мы обсуждали как раз и репутацию ЕГУ в том числе, и Павел предложил очень хороший образ, не знаю, вот его авторство или нет, но для меня его. Он предложил сравнивать Европейский гуманитарный университет с птицей Фениксом. Помнишь, Павел? Что это институция, которая в состоянии возрождаться как птица и феникс, в состоянии возрождаться на разных этапах и, возрождаясь на разных этапах, обретать какое-то новое качество и открывать новые перспективы и новую надежду на то, что возможны изменения, возможно развитие университета. И сегодня вот этот сослагательный слог, мы, конечно, не имеем права оставлять его сослагательным. И я вот на этой волне хотела бы, смотря и на время в том числе, перейти уже сразу, предложить нашим панелистам высказаться вот уже в таком в ключе второго нашего круга и to proceed to next two issues focusing on the current situations. Also, Dmitry already started in a way to touch upon also the current situation, so we can continue. I'd like to invite you, colleagues, to share your ideas regarding possible definition, your vision of a particular role of EHU in the current war situation in the region. It's one moment. And the second one, could you please share your ideas regarding the most important steps to be taken today in order to enhance EHU's contribution to Belarus and to the region. Please, 5 minutes, no more, 3-5 minutes, so that we have, so that we could invite also audience to raise questions. Who would like to start? Please. Да, Александр, калі ласка.
Да, я цалкам згодная з Дмітріем у тым, што універсітэт пасля 2020 году мусіць развівацца і статус ягоны мусіць мяняцца і пашырацца. І я бачу тут, што таксама мяняецца запыт, якія беларускія студэнты прынамсі формулююць да універсітэта і да сваёй адукацыі. То бок, з аднаго боку, ёсць задача ва універсітэта адукоўваць і паляпшаць кар'ерныя перспектывы свайго студэнта, але пасля 2020 году мы разумеем, што чалавек з дыпломам ЕГУ альбо іншага замежнага універсітэта ўжо наўрад ці знойдзе сабе працу ў Беларусі. І ў гэтым сэнсе я лічу важным, каб універсітэт вёў таксама сваю сур'ёзную працу па прадстаўленні магчымасцяў для студэнтаў і выпускнікоў звязваць сваё прафесійнае жыццё з Беларусю, супрацоўнічаў з установамі, з кампаніямі беларускага паходжання, якія былі б зацікаўленыя ў такіх супрацоўніках і спецыялістаў. І такім хаця б чынам мог бы ўплываць у тым ліку і на эканамічную сітуацыю, рыхтаваць спецыялістаў, якія могуць быць праваднікамі будучых эканамічных рэформаў і, адпаведна, даваць ім новыя сучасныя запатрабаваныя веды. Вот тое, пра што Дмітрый гаварыў, трэба пашыраць, канешне, колькасць спецыялізацый, якія універсітэт дае. Другім важным пунктам на цяперашнім этапе я лічу усведамленне і прызнанне ЕГУ сваёй функцыі адукацыі і выхавання інфармаванага і адказнага грамадзяніна Беларусі. Гэтай функцыі можна было не надаваць такой вялікай увагі, пакуль універсітэт меў статус універсітэту ў выгнанні, бо чалавек атрымліваў дыплом, ён вяртаўся ў Беларусь альбо не вяртаўся, і там ужо самастойна рэалізоўваўся як грамадзянін. Але цяпер у нас вялікая частка Беларусі знаходзіцца не ў Беларусі, у такой віртуальна-рэальнай прасторы. Мы бачым, як па-за межамі Беларусі фармуюцца інстытуцыі, якія імкнуцца быць эфектыўнымі менавіта як нацыянальныя структуры. І тут у ЕГУ можа быць вялікая і сапраўды вельмі складаная роля данесці да студэнтаў гэтыя прынцыпы інфармаванага грамадзянства. Складана, канешне, бо ЕГУ з'яўляецца літоўскім універсітэтам, і кожнаму там студэнту альбо пасля выпускніку трэба будзе вырашаць для сябе гэты парадокс падвойнага грамадзянства. Я маю на ўвазе тут, канешне, нефармальны пашпарт, які чалавек мае, а тыя абавязкі, якія бярэ на сябе дарослы чалавек як грамадзянін. ЕГУ мае і часавы, і рэсурсны ўплыў на фармаванне гэтага інстытута інфармаванага грамадзянства, і ён можа, і ёсць запыты грамадзянскай супольнасці, каб ён ім скарыстаўся. Яшчэ адна важная, на маю думку, функцыя, якая па-новаму трэба сфармуляваць для ЕГУ, гэта разбурэнне таталітарнага чалавека. Гэтая функцыя набывае асаблівае значэнне ва ўмовах, калі мы бачым, што зачышчаецца акадэмія ў Беларусі цалкам, калі руйнуецца прыватная адукацыя, і ўлада намагаецца проста не даць нікому доступ да беларускіх грамадзян, яна спрабуе не даць ёй перашкодзіць фармаваць гэтага таталітарнага чалавека, ідэальна дысцыплінаванага, застрашанага, пазбаўленага ўласнага меркаванню. І гэта будзе зусім новая ідэнтычнасць нават у параўнанні з тым, што мы мелі за ўвесь гэты перыяд аўтарытарызму, які мы назіралі. Я думаю, што з такімі студэнтамі, з такімі маладымі людзьмі, з ідэалагічна скажонымі ведамі ЕГУ сутыкнецца ўжо нават у наступным годзе. І ідзецца размова пра тое, што адукацыю для гэтых людзей трэба будзе пачынаць проста з нуля. І да гэтага трэба быць гатовымі. Ну і гэта таксама шанец для ЕГУ замацаваць за сабой статус грамадскага і палітычнага значнага праекта на доўгі час і быць не проста амбасадарам Беларусі, а быць сапраўдным беларускім універсітэтам. Для гэтага ёсць усе магчымасці і зацвердзіць за сабою статус як беларускага універсітэта найперш.
Дарэчы, вы менавіта так как-то предвосхитили, не ведаю, як па-беларуску будзе, маё пытанне, таму што я хацела удакладніць, спытацца у вас, Александра, бо натуральна вы таксама ведаеце, што зараз у нашым грамадстве, незалежным грамадстве, дэмакратычным ёсць ёсць эксперты, якія падкрэсліваюць, што зараз нам патрэбна стварыць нацыянальны універсітэт. Вот. І вось як вы бачыце, вось у гэтым кантэксце, наколькі я вас зразумела, вы малі на ўвазе, што ЕГУ, у прынцыпе, мог бы вось такую функцыю на сябе таксама браць, калі я разумела вас карэктна, канешне.
Я, канешне, не маю на ўвазе тую канцэпцыю нацыянальнага універсітэта, якая ідзе ў 19 стагоддзе, калі мы будзем прывучаць людзей, не знаю, нават Альміра, напэўна, лепш бы гэта патлумачыла. Я маю на ўвазе пераняць на сябе цалкам функцыі і адказнасць па выхаванні і адукацыі чалавека і дэмакратычна настроенага грамадзяніна, і каб разумець, што гэта грамадзянін Беларусі. Гэта не проста чалавек, якога мы выпускаем у свабодны свет Еўропы і Амерыкі. Гэта чалавек, які будзе працаваць які будзе мець перад сабой сфармуляваную місію, ён будзе працаваць на лепшую будучыню сваёй краіны, Беларусі.
Цалкам згодна з такой дэфініцыяй. Да, Альмира?
Я хотела бы продолжить эту тему. В общем-то, я согласна с тем, что сказала Саша, то есть Александра, по поводу сложностей, которые возникают в связи с этой темой национальная. То есть является ли, да, Европейский гуманитарный университет университетом таким национально ориентированным. Мне кажется, что ни у кого из нас никогда не было сомнений в том, что те молодые люди, с которыми мы работаем, это люди, которые, безусловно, должны обладать, да, критическим мышлением и в то же время действительно быть гражданами. Вот. Но я, честно говоря, думаю, что все-таки Европейский гуманитарный университет и его идея с самого начала, то есть заложенная в его основании, она предполагала, что Беларусь – это люди мира. И вот я, честно говоря, думаю, что здесь, конечно, вот этот компонент, который стал особенно важен после 2020 года, и роль, и вообще миссия университета в этом смысле значительно усилилась. Мы действительно должны работать на Беларуси, для Беларуси и для будущего Беларуси. И, собственно, более того, я даже скажу, что еще в 2005 году, когда мы создавали наши программы, ну вот у меня, допустим, было тогда понимание того, что мы работаем не на самое ближайшее будущее, не на ближайшие 5 лет, а на то, что произойдет, допустим, лет через 15. Ну вот прошло 17 лет, сейчас я понимаю, что мы, в принципе, на это будущее начали работать в 2005 году, и нам это было понятно, что мы делаем в Литве. Вот. Но опять же здесь, вот, как бы, будучи университетом в Литве, работая для Беларуси, используя внутри университета минимум 4 языка, и я думаю, что ни один из университетов региона с таким челленджем вообще не сталкивался, то есть как бы как можно одновременно в работе университета в разных, то есть на разных каналах коммуникации, в разных площадках использовать там как минимум английский, белорусский, русский, литовский. Вот. И таких примеров нет. И это, конечно, говорит о том, что ЕГУ, несмотря на свою вот такую как бы миссию, которая действительно связана с Белоруссией, с подготовкой критически мыслящих и как бы хорошо образованных в белорусов и белорусок, тем не менее, всегда являлся таким транснациональным, европейским, открытым миру университетом. То есть я думаю, что это еще важный пункт. И еще хотела бы здесь добавить, наверное, очень важный момент, который обозначил Александра и Дмитрий в своих выступлениях. Один касается вот такого scaling up, да, и вообще там действительно превращения нас в университет, который уже работает не только для Беларуси, а для региона. То есть это судьба, которую мы, то есть мы выбрали, да, наверное, быть университетом в изгнании, в том смысле, что можно было, об этом сегодня говорил Антон Арсеньевич тоже в своей лекции, что можно было как бы остановиться в той точке, где университет был закрыт. И у многих, к сожалению, так и происходит, когда вот сейчас мы видим, как рушатся бизнесы, как бы различные, ну, вернее, не то, что рушатся, а уже, да, как бы у многих белорусских НГО, медиа, образовательных институций история обнулилась. Ну, собственно, самым ярким примером в каком-то смысле будет, наверное, Тутбай, у которого просто архива, да, вот как бы нет, и это такая страшная история. Но мы сейчас понимаем также, что вот в этом обнулении, во-первых, действительно есть обнуление или вот такой, как бы в этом пребывании, да, там, когда ты вдруг обнаружишь вокруг тебя руины, вдруг действительно в этом что-то есть такое, ну, как бы и обещающее. То есть я думаю, что многие сейчас, несмотря на то, что в Беларуси одни руины того, что люди создавали десятилетиями, вот, тем не менее, в этом мы сейчас также видим какой-то, ну, такой проблеск, может быть, пока не очень очевидный, но проблеск как бы будущего. И вот тут, говоря про эту, да, то есть мы не выбирали судьбу оказаться в изгнании, хотя мы выбрали, наверное, судьбу открыться заново и продолжить работать, вот, но то, что мы точно не могли, наверное, предвосхитить, хотя, наверное, такие амбиции были, это то, что наша роль небольшого, в общем-то, и относительно молодого университета окажется настолько важной именно в региональном масштабе. И это произошло или стало, точнее, очевидным, как бы понятным именно, к сожалению, в условиях войны. И третий момент, это по поводу действительно как бы такого, это тоже по поводу нашего европейского измерения, но также и по поводу той ситуации, которая стала отчетливой, рельефной и как бы очень хорошо всеми нами осознаваемой в связи с такой академической миссией университета, это то, какую роль мы сыграли и будем играть дальше в деколонизации знания. Потому что вот я тоже, честно говоря, думаю, что мы сейчас, если бы столкнулись с коллегами теми, кто остался в белорусских, или, вернее, как бы теми, кто работает, и их много в белорусских государственных университетах, к сожалению, действительно, об этом говорил Дмитрий, они почти целиком были встроены и остаются встроенными, а сейчас даже, наверное, совсем, как бы, так сказать, увязли, да, в этой воронке таких, как бы, там, российских стандартов и научного, как бы, и образовательного пространства. И это будет действительно очень серьезная, как бы, проблема на все последующие десятилетия. Так вот, в этом контексте ЕГУ, который с самого начала ориентировался на европейское образовательное пространство, а затем вошел в него после 2005 года, мне кажется, мы всегда, вот, как бы, ну, не то чтобы мы все, но, по крайней мере, многие из нас, а сейчас, я думаю, все, в общем, ориентированы на то, чтобы представлять действительно Беларусь, минуя Москву, да, или там вообще, в принципе, за пределами вот как бы там российских там академических площадок или журналов. И если вы посмотрите вот на то, как представлены белорусские исследования политики, экономики, культуры, гендера в глобальном академическом пространстве, то среди них может быть такой процент людей, которые действительно связаны были с ЕГУ, либо заканчивали, либо работали, он очень большой. Я должна сказать честно, что, например, на большом количестве конференций по социальным или гуманитарным наукам я фактически никогда не вижу других людей из Беларуси, кроме как из тех, кто были в ЕГУ. То есть, ну, конечно, как бы сейчас надо иметь в виду гораздо больше такую, как бы, то есть scientific diaspora, как бы, как об этом сказал Дмитрий. То есть это люди, которые получали PhD в разных странах Европы и Америки. Вот. Но в целом я просто думаю, что вот эта проблема в выстраивании другой академической Беларуси вне русскоязычного как бы, академического пространства, это, ну, вот, как бы, это действительно будет такая очень важная задача, которую ЕГУ каким-то естественным для нас образом уже выполнял и выполняет, но на будущее это может стать таким просто одним из очень, ну, таким самых важных, может быть, моментов. Нам предстоит то, что Вальтер Миньола, один из деколониальных теоретиков, называл даже не то, что деколонайзинг, а скорее такой делинкинг. Вот, и я думаю, что роль ЕГУ в качестве такого вернее, такого создателя, да, деколониального знания, она в будущем проявится особенно отчетливо.
Хенрик и...
Sorry, I'm trying to think with myself a bit here on there, because you were both talking, as much as I can understand Belarusian, but on the national role of EHU, or the role for EHU in Belarusian national policy in a way. I think you have risks with that as well, especially where EHU is now, where I think the importance is to make it a prosperous university first. But what I was talking about before was more about getting a sense of a community that is based on democratic and humanitarian values, and the community that have closeness to EHU. Most of them will be Belarusian, but not all. It's more about values. I think this is what the university is. It's European Humanitarian University. I see the link with Belarus in the future policy in Belarus, as Alexandra and Mira was mentioning. But I think the risk is especially to come too close to the political process. I think the university, at one point, maybe you get there, but I think it's important to be a university first. And this is when I come to what I think the university should do now, I think primarily is to get the basics right. That is to develop high quality education and research in maybe some core areas, keeping the financial sustainability aspects in mind, and then also have this third mission activities, engagement with the external environment. And I think the university has been in a vicious circle for some time. Maybe they are on the way out of that now, but this vicious circle where you have less students, then you can have students have to teach more subjects, there's less time for research, and then it became even less students because quality of education is influenced by that. And I think it's important to move into virtuous circle. I think we are on our way to move to that virtuous circle where we go the other way around, and we increase quality of education and increase the quality of research that is being done, and increase the engagement with external world, being that on research cooperation with European actors and others. So we have, together also with EU support, supported the development of a plan of action for the university. And I think the plan of action is addressing all these issues in a holistic way. So I think it's very important to continue implementing that. We are providing support through Lithuania and through College of Europe to support that process. I think that is important. But when it comes to the financial sustainability, which is also in our interest, I think that maybe you can get higher tuition fees from students. Maybe you can get more donors providing support, but that's difficult, all these things. So I think what you need to get, in a way, is get revenues from other sources. And that is partnership with the private sectors. It includes sponsorships, it includes research grants, it includes payment for services that are being delivered in the university. And I think that's other private universities is doing that. And I think this is what the EHU also need to do to a large extent. I was very, I shouldn't say shocked, but I was surprised that the EHU was relying up to 75–80% on international institutional donors, like the European Commission and the Swedish government, etc. So that is enormous, and it's not sustainable. If you work through smaller donors, foundations, private foundations, you might combine things in a way functioning, but you need to get private money into this, being this from foundation or from private sources. And the kind of starting with public-private partnership we have with EPAM system that was mentioned is one good example of that. Is developing a new branch that will be financially sustainable and will increase the reputation of EHU in that sector. And that can also lead to other things in the future. I think the discussion we're having with BEROC is going in the same way, but it will be the development of a new branch that will also be financially sustainable because we think students can be able to pay for the courses or the real cost. But I think this should be brought into other areas as well and try to attract private financing. On the international cooperation, I think it's a large potential. EHU is in maybe in the last 10 years there's been a decreased interest of this region in Western universities. So it has been less funding, etc. But what's going on now, and for bad and also then for good, maybe there will be larger interest. And the EHU is in a good position and the researchers here have interesting possibilities to bring that forward. So it should be possible now to engage more closely with researchers in the European Union. EHU is a university based in Lithuania, an EU country. They have access to research grants through Horizon Europe and other European systems for financing research. And I think that this should be further developed, and we're also able to provide some support. And I will also try as much as I can in Brussels to provide some support in maybe help with basic kind of matchmaking or proposal writing. And then when on the services, I think there are issues in the action plan as well, but that the EHU can play a role as this kind of interface between university and the external environment. We have the EHU hub, we have the resource center, we have a discussion how to further develop a center for distance learning, and I think EHU have the role to play that. Civil society has moved many of them to Lithuania or other countries, but they don't really, it's difficult for them to think like they are sustainable forever. They want to move back to Belarus as soon as possible. They want to do their task, but here we have an institution that actually can help them in a sustainable way. EHU is not going away, and it will. I'm sure it will keep a foot in Lithuania, whatever happens in Belarus. So it is an institution that can be used in that way to create place that increase sustainability of the different activities are being planned. There are now a number of different platforms for online learning being prepared, for example, and I think EHU can play a major role in bringing this together. But we need to be proactive that way.
Okay, thank you, Henrik. It's time to gather questions, if there are some. So we really just gather them, and then I will ask our panelists to answer. So please.
There's a question.
Вітаю, шановне господарство. Мене кличуть Назар. Я студент першого курсу Європейського гуманітарного університету. І на фоні новинаў, які зараз адбываюцца ў Беларусі за гэты тыдзень, это тотальнае разбурэнне прыватнай адукацыі ў Беларусі. І сённяшняя навіна пра тое, як у беларусаў у чарговы раз забіраюць іхні сімвал, чырвоны касцёл. У мяне з'явілася, і на фоне того, што сказала спадарня Альміра, пра тое, што ў 2004 року Європейскі гуманітарны універсітэт не знік, не спыніўся, а прыняў рашэнне сысці ў выгнанне, але працягнуць гэтую сцезю ліберальнай мыслі ў адукацыі. У мяне з'явілася пытанне, мабыць, гэты significance, гэтая значнасць Європейскага гуманітарнага універсітэта заключаецца якраз-такі ў тым, каб быць прыкладам непарушнасці, як быць прыкладам бессмяротнасці, як быць такім сімвалем таго, што гэта беларуская і не толькі беларуская, але рэгіянальная ліберальная думка і прага да ліберальнай адукацыі, дэмакратычнай адукацыі, дэмакратычнай мыслі. Мабыць, галоўны сэнс Еўрапейскага гуманітарнага універсітэта якраз заключаецца ў тым, што он стаўся гэтым сімвалем альбо яшчэ станецца гэтым сімвалем. Мабыць, гэта і ёсць галоўнае дасягненне, які можа прадбачыць гэты універсітэт.
Дякую. Яшчэ пытанні? Калі ласочка. Please.
Да, вялікі дзякую за ваши выступы. Дзяніс Тушынскі, лектар Еўрапейскага гуманітарнага універсітэта. Спытаю па-англійску. So my question, I would like to address it to Dr. Crook. So you said about the scaling up of the university. Would you please name 3 domains, 3 areas, specialties, majors, whatever, that you personally would like to add to the schedule of the European Humanities University? Like, I personally would add the military department. It would be a good answer to the challenges of today. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay.
Can I just clarify? Do you mean in terms of disciplines? Yep.
Please.
Switch, yes. I just want to explain what does it mean university in exile, because maybe somebody thinks that this is a very special university in exile is honorary title, and it was given to our university when the university didn't exist in 2018, because the university lost its accreditation in 2017, and there was a special decision of the government here to give this permission to the university to operate. This was in the end of January. And in March, there was a group in the parliament. We discussed what to do, friends of EHU, and this was their invention, the decision. And it was the end of May, 30th of May, when the President Grybauskaitė signed the paper that EHU is university in exile. But nothing more. There is no exceptions, exclusions, nothing. This is only a title. And when university applied for new license and new accreditation, we had to meet all requirements, and nobody spoke at that time about the university in exile. I just wanted to explain this, that this is honorary title and nothing more.
Who would like to answer the first question?
Я могу. Ну, то есть это не то, что будет ответ, скорее такая реплика. Сегодня уже упоминались разные метафоры в отношении истории нашего университета и его судьбы, и в частности речь шла про птицу Феникс, но я, например, думаю, что по отношению к университету, то есть мне, по крайней мере, кажется, что такими наиболее двумя словами, или двумя метафорами, которые наиболее точно описывают нашу ситуацию, и в изгнании, и до этого, но прежде всего в изгнании. Первое – это корабль Тесея, то есть это все-таки как бы немножко другой образ, чем птица Феникс, но речь идет просто о том, что как бы корабль Тесея, то есть это из греческой мифологии, антизоотичной мифологии, это корабль, который все время меняется, и в то же время как бы логический парадокс состоит в том, тот ли это корабль или другой. Вот. И, собственно, мы, как EHU, как университет, который сохраняет название и свою идентичность с точки зрения такой как бы ориентации на социогуманитарное знание и на европейские ценности, мы, в общем, действительно просто воплощаем собой этот корабль Тесея, который уже совсем другой и в то же время тот же. И второй момент, который мне кажется важным, это такой вот как бы момент институционального аутопоэсиса. То есть то, что университет, несмотря на все кризисы и несмотря действительно на разные вещи, связанные с нашим как бы имиджем и репутацией, и, в общем, не всегда справедливым отношением, особенно с учетом там всех как бы и внешних, и внутренних проблем, то есть понятно, что университет не является таким безупречным, но в то же время мне кажется удивительным, что вот как бы развиваясь и постоянно сталкиваясь с такого рода кризисами, университет как-то вот обнаружил такую удивительную способность постоянно возобновляться и преодолевать эти трудности. И поэтому, собственно, я как бы аутопоэсис, мне кажется, вот как бы таким очень удачным словом, которое это описывает.
Спасибо. Дмитрий?
Можно, если вначале чуть-чуть прокомментирую замечание профессора Игнатова. Я очень хорошо понимаю, что статус университета в изгнании, что это юридическое, как вы говорите, почетное. Да, я скорее говорил о его символическом таком некой коннотации и часто особенно за пределами университета. Может, это мое впечатление, я не претендую ни в коем случае на истину. Это придает звучание, я бы сказал, какой-то временности и неустойчивости, что вот как и завтра изменится ситуация в Беларуси, ну вот давайте на минуту это допустим, и вопрос, что будет тогда с ЕГУ? Вот этот вопрос, он как бы задает некоторые сомнения и ограничения в долгосрочности мышления. Я про это говорил. Знаете, как вот любимый мной Эдмунд Фелпс, это Нобелевский лауреат по экономике, говорит, он говорит, что если вы мыслите долгими категориями, хотя бы там 10-20 лет, это 70% успеха. Я вот, когда я свой тезис проводил, я говорил, что вот статус университета в изгнании, скорее не в юридическом смысле, а вот как он закрепился иногда, он нарушает вот эту возможность долгосрочного мышления. На мой взгляд, расширение этого статуса, оно было бы очень полезно. Если можно, еще чуть за рамками вопроса, вот подхвачу мысль Альмиры, когда она говорила, вы знаете, мне кажется, что слово «европейский», оно очень важно. Вот давайте эту гипотетическую ситуацию разыграем. Завтра происходит демократический, вот прямо завтра, демократический транзит в Беларуси. Что происходит? Моя мысль состоит в том, что Европейский гуманитарный университет в этом случае и с точки зрения Беларуси будет гораздо более эффективен и полезен, если он остается здесь как долгосрочный университет с солидным институциональным базисом, который может масштабировать и плоды своей деятельности развивать на Беларуси. Он может стать инкубатором для новых университетов и исправлять то, что есть в Беларуси сегодня. И это, в свою же очередь, позволяет ему развиваться прямо сегодня. Это позволяет говорить о будущем, позволяет вот оперировать теми самыми долгосрочными горизонтами. Вот мысль, которую пытался донести. И на вопрос, что, ну, я уже на русском отвечу, если не против, что касается дисциплин, вы знаете, я не люблю влазить вот смежные, я как бы, ну, некрасиво, но за свое, что, на мой взгляд, экономика, то, что я уже говорил, это крайне важная штука. Я не то, что там затмеваю остальные дисциплины, но экономическая направленность, она важна сегодня в мире, и мне кажется, что это критически важно для вот будущей перспективы. Еще бы примерно в таком же ракурсе, но с меньшей уверенностью, я бы говорил о социологии, а конкретно о социологическом департаменте. Ну, это, возможно, такой перекос, потому что с коллегами из социологии часто общаюсь, но они тоже часто говорят, что социологическое знание, которое осталось в Беларуси, оно недостаточно. То есть здесь нужны интервенции. Вот третьего, к сожалению, вот так с уверенностью не приведу, поэтому воздержусь.
Татьяна. Татьяна. Maybe I can, if I can answer shortly on the question on the number of subjects.
Окей. Что будет с университетом? Это принято в сентябре бордом 2020 год, 2020. Есть white paper about the future of EHU. And according to this white paper, when the situation changed there, this paper speaks about the full restitution of EHU in Minsk, in Belarus. But the point is here is that we will keep the center here we have in Vilnius in order to keep this European quality of education and research. But this is described, approved by the board and approved by the General Assembly of part owners. The future of this university is the full restitution in Belarus. If there will be new decisions, there will be different future. But now this was approved 2 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Позвольте мне, let me summarize. Very short?
Yeah, very short now, just to comment on
Henrik, please, very short.
Yeah, no, just to comment on the question of more subjects. So I think that it's very positive for the university to develop partnerships with external organizations like with EPAP System and with Berok that creates their own branches and have their own financial sustainability. But when it comes to the university, as such, I think they should focus on rather less areas than today, and some core areas, and get the quality of education up to the standard necessary, and research as well. So I think this is a distinction between these two things. I'm not able to say which areas are more important than others, but I think as a principle, and from the financial point of view.
Let me summarize, please. University has to care more intensively, more effectively about its own financial sustainability. Адукацыя у Еўрапейскім гуманітарным універсітэце – гэта прастора бяспекі. Университет может выполнять роль, миссию амбассадора, посла Беларуси в регионе, в Европе, глобально. Университет, как академическое сообщество, должен в плане производства знаний выполнять работу, интеллектуальную работу деколонизации и продвигать Беларусь как тему для исследований в самых разных контекстах. И последний интригующий вопрос, пускай он так и останется вопросом. I'm still very curious, dear colleagues, dear panelists. What did you understand? What did you mean by region when you read the title of our discussion? It seems to me that in 92 we understand region. We understand the region in our political, social imagination absolutely in the way which is absolutely different from the way we imagine the region today. Thank you very much for your participation, for your contributions. We stop.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your insights, for your all thoughts. And we will move on. The discussion part of the conference has come to an end. We thank you for all the ideas, for all thoughts that have been expressed, for the opportunity to freely exchange opinions and ideas among colleagues and professionals. For one closing remark about the past, present, and the future of EHU, I would like to invite the chairman of the General Assembly of the Part Owners of the European Humanities University, President Emeritus of the Eurasia Foundation, Mr. Horton Bebb Center. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Horton. Будет лучше, если будет хотя бы микрофон.
Вот так. Так слышно? Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that introduction. And as you heard, my name's Horton Beebe Center. I serve on one of the governance bodies of EHU, and I've been associated with the university since shortly after its founding. If we take the university reaching its 30th year as it's reaching its adulthood, I met EHU when it was a toddler, about 2 years old. I've been a donor, a fundraiser, an advisor, and now am a joint owner. I've always been dedicated to the university, and I've always been dependent on a microphone. How's that? I think we're ready to go. Okay, now I'll start over in Esperanto. I've been dedicated to the university with enthusiasm and with commitment, and I would like to refer to the previous panel, and in particular to what Henrik had to say in talking about the need for thinking very clearly about the sustainability of the institution and about enhancing the curriculum. I'd also like to say that if it weren't for the EU delegation to Belarus, there would be no incoming class at EHU this year. And so I want to express my deepest thanks for the support that has been shown. And like me, what I heard Henrik say is that his enthusiasm for the university includes an understanding of the challenges we face, the imperfections that the university has, and that my commitment to the university includes a commitment to working with all of our partners, with everyone in the university, in addressing those challenges. Now, I've been given the topic of EHU past, present, and future, the short version, condensed into less than 15 minutes, so no need to panic. But I was asked to give some sort of a narrative that would provide a through line of the university. And there are so many of you who have lived this that my perspective on this may radically differ from your actual experience. So I'm speaking, with that disclaimer, I'm speaking from this perspective of someone who has known the university, cares about the university, and has experienced my own reality of it that may, in some ways, differ from yours. So starting at the beginning in 1992, when Professor Anatoly Mikhailov established the university in Minsk, why, with so many other institutions of higher learning at that time in Belarus, formal educational systems and structures being a significant legacy of the Soviet system, did Anatoly feel it was necessary to create an entirely new university? I'm aware of at least two basic reasons. First, as you heard today when he spoke, Anatoly is a philosopher, both in the academic and in the vernacular senses of that word, and coming of age as he did under the Soviet system, he was painfully aware of the complete disconnect between the core tenets of philosophy and how it was taught. Indeed, how every subject was taught. Anatoly's primary personal motivation in establishing EHU was and remains a scholarly vocation to tackle a fundamental intellectual challenge at the heart of education, and the teaching of the humanities in particular. I think this original impetus is important to understanding how EHU has become the institution it is today. And it's easy to overlook it amidst the blizzard of challenges and discussions we have. A second, perhaps more concrete motivation to establish the university was the belief that education is simply too important to leave it exclusively in the hands of the government. And further, the existing educational system in Belarus was not capable of turning out graduates who could act as fully engaged citizens, people who possess the knowledge and skills necessary to participate in the anticipated transition from an authoritarian system to a more open and dynamic society. And Belarus needed those new citizens fast, much faster than the old institutions could reconstitute themselves in better alignment with the demands of an open political system. There was an obvious need for a new approach to higher education, and Anatoly and his colleagues filled the gap. As an aside, unfortunately, political events transpired, as we've heard today, and as is readily evident, in such a way that the transformation of the old university slowed and then eventually stopped. Belarus still needed citizens who were educated in a new way, indeed still needs such people now more than ever, but there was very little room for the emergence of new universities, and EHU, as a private university, was a species of one during its time in Minsk. EHU has always been, first and foremost, an educational initiative. But education is always political. And while an EHU education is not necessarily political in content, its application is decidedly so. At the outset, Anatoly and his team sought to break from the constraints of the Soviet educational system to reconnect with venerable European traditions and provide a first-rate humanities education to the young people of Belarus. And that's precisely what EHU did, turning out more than 1,000 graduates in its first 10 years of operation. But as the space for political discourse in Belarus tightened throughout the 1990s, EHU began to be perceived not just as an educational institution, but as a political project as well, irritating at best to the authorities. In its classrooms and lecture halls, EHU proceeded as before, turning out graduates with a sound foundation in the liberal arts and a capacity for creative thinking, critical thinking, creative production, and independent action, all of which were increasingly threatening to an authoritarian government, which slowly ratcheted back the oxygen available to EHU and ultimately in 2004 revoked its license to operate. The authorities in Belarus sought to kill the university, the first of many near-death experiences for this institution, but they failed, and in the process inadvertently offered perhaps a telling indicator of EHU's success. Its mission to promote critical thinking and creativity among young people was having such an impact it had become dangerous to the authorities and had to be stopped. But instead of giving up, EHU made a tactical retreat to Vilnius, where thanks to the generosity and vision of many friends, first and foremost the government of Lithuania, the Nordic Council, the government of Sweden, and many other American and European supporters, and also thanks to the enduring dedication of faculty, some of whom are in this room today, administrators and students, EHU was reborn. In 2005, EHU graduated its first class in Lithuania. In 2006, it was registered as a private Lithuanian university. And over the years, it has obtained and renewed academic accreditation. We've also heard about the, ultimately, EHU was given the status of a university in exile by the Lithuanian government. And what that entails or does not entail, obviously a matter of some discussion. Today, the university offers 11 degree programs, including a new program in informatics launched this July in collaboration with the EPAM School of Digital Engineering. Since its reestablishment in 2005, EHU has produced more than 2,700 graduates, 90% of whom are Belarusian, and just this week welcomed an incoming class of more than 600, more than twice as large as last year's class, which includes large cohorts of Ukrainian and Russian students. All these 3,700 graduates together, plus the thousands of students who took continuing education courses or otherwise studied without completing a degree, constitute a critical mass of EHU educations that has a significant impact both within Belarus and beyond. According to an independent evaluation published last year, before the events of August 2020, 90% of EHU graduates returned to Belarus. Since then, for obvious reasons, those numbers have fallen, 67% we've heard more recently, and it's likely to diminish further because of the war, for obvious reasons. Nonetheless, that's a large number of young people with EHU educations in Belarus, and the assessment further documents that EHU graduates returning to Belarus are more than twice as likely to engage in civic activism and social development activities than their peers, graduates of other universities. An EHU degree holds material value as well. On average, EHU graduates earn about twice what their non-EHU counterparts earn, and EHU graduates are far more likely than their peers to create a business, to found a nonprofit, or to be self-employed, all indicators of the impact and value of an EHU education. Always a progressive institution, EHU, from its early days in Minsk, put particular emphasis on the education of women and has had a substantial impact in this sphere. We heard just a few moments ago from Professor Almira Usmanova about this. She established the EHU Center for Gender Studies in 1998, and today the EHU is delivering degree programs in that discipline at the undergraduate and graduate levels. The university has been especially catalytic in launching the careers of many notable women leaders and activists. To name just a few recent graduates, they include, Tatiana mentioned Anastasia Hamyankova, class of 2009, an MA in political science, the founder of Belarus's first co-working space, and a leader in the field of startup ecosystems. Lesya Rudnik, class of 2015, BA in political science. Lesya is the chair of the Belarusian diaspora in Sweden and a research fellow at the Belarusian think tank Center for New Ideas. Marina Rybakova, class of 2018, BA in Cultural Heritage. Marina is a Milan-based entrepreneur in the field of contemporary art and a founder of the Rea Art Fair in Milan. We also heard about earlier Nastya Loka, class of 2015 with an LLM. Nastya is a well-known Belarusian human rights defender and co-founder of the Minsk-based human rights NGO Human Constanta. Nasta was arbitrarily arrested on September 6th this year on a charge of petty hooliganism. Her term of detention is supposed to end today, but as of earlier this week, it appeared unlikely that the Belarus authorities would release her. And Nasta is not alone. She's one of many EHU graduates and students who have suffered repression simply for expressing their views peacefully and exercising their basic rights as citizens. Authoritarian powers have attacked and continue to target individual students and graduates, similar to their attacks on the institution itself, which resulted in sending the university into exile. And to just say a word about that, many of you in the room went through it personally. It was not an easy adjustment to make. It's easy in hindsight to say, oh, well, we just went into exile. But no, this was an extraordinarily disruptive and near-death experience for the university. The emergency measures taken back in 2004 to minimize the interruption on the education of EHU students and the arrangements necessary simply to house students and faculty in Vilnius and to accommodate those who still had homes in Belarus were not perfect, but they served for a period of transition. But we're still feeling the effects of that disruption today. Eventually, to build a more cohesive community, to ensure that students benefited from professors actually living in Vilnius, and to rationalize its program offerings, the university restructured the curriculum and faculty and prepared for an indefinite stay in Lithuania. Few of the temporary arrangements and restructuring satisfied everyone. And when you add the financial crunches we've too often faced over the years, it seems that when EHU is not leaping from success to success, we're lurching from crisis to crisis. But each time, the university has prevailed, thanks to the solidarity of our donors, the dedication of faculty and staff, and most importantly, thanks to our students. Because EHU is necessary to young Belarusians interested in obtaining a university education that includes their own language, that is intellectually free, academically honest, and socially progressive. And each year, they vote with their feet, and they choose EHU, this year in record numbers. And it's no mystery why EHU is a particularly attractive choice for students today. Look around at what's happening in the region. Russia's war on Ukraine, to which the government of Belarus is an accomplice, involves the attempt to move national borders by unspeakable acts of violence. It involves the reimposition of divisions that were painstakingly reduced over 3 decades, and the separation of citizens and communities under attack from their natural friends and allies across new divides. And it involves the creation of millions of refugees, including refugees of conscience and academic refugees, from Ukraine to the greatest extent, of course, but also from Belarus, Russia, Moldova, and elsewhere. Clearly, we need EHU now more than ever. It's fitting that for some, EHU may be a temporary refuge in a time of turmoil. Indeed, as we heard from the rector, more than 100 academics have found refuge at EHU since August 2020. But when we're faced every day with the inhumanity of war, right here in this neighborhood, the humanities and liberal arts are not just an abstract collection of college courses. They represent the habits of mind necessary for grasping what is happening around us and for determining what we can do, indeed what we need to do in response. And ultimately, as part of a 1,000-year tradition embodied by the University of Bologna and the principles that bear its name, academic freedom, scholarly community that transcends borders, and intellectual ferment that has the potential to find solutions to the immense challenges we face now and to uncover what binds us together as human beings. EHU must continue to evolve and, true to its original mission, reach its potential to produce the thinkers and actors who will fulfill the deferred promise of 30 years ago and lead Belarus in the future. We heard discussion of this at the last panel. Someday EHU will return to Belarus. And when it does, it's my fond hope that the university will continue to nourish the roots it set down here in Lithuania almost 20 years ago. Ideally, the university will maintain a presence in both countries, in Old Europe and New Europe at the same time, while extending its reach globally via its digital presence, so in 3 dimensions. Standing astride an old border, EHU will be an even more potential potent mechanism for providing young people of the region with a rigorous education based on shared values. It will instill in them the capacity for critical thinking, creative production, and independent action, but also in coalition with other universities and via digital programs, EHU can be a gateway for students throughout the region, connecting them with peers from all over the world and enabling them to attend or otherwise interact with institutions throughout Europe, North America, and beyond. And finally, EHU can serve as a living symbol of the ideals animating today's conference, how a university can fulfill its educational and social mission while promoting the progressive development of its neighborhood, its region, and society in general. From that perspective, the future of EHU looks very bright to me. And in my view, EHU is the best Belarusian university in the world. It just happens to not be located in Belarus for now. So congratulations to everyone who contributed to EHU's success over the last 30 years, and Godspeed to this remarkable institution over the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton, Verb Center. I think that the idea of EHU is a complex, not only wide range of the educational approaches. That is why, for closing remarks, I will ask to come on stage Dr. Dan E. Davidson, a big supporter and the member of Friends of EHU community. Friends of EHU is a community of distinguished American and European scholars, activists, and nonprofits leaders who support the European Humanities University and its mission, an education based on the principles of individual dignity, tolerance, independent thinking, and integrity. Mr. Davidson, we need a minute to put a headset on your head. We would be glad to see you here. Yeah, please make a round of applause. It's okay, take your time. We're not in a rush. So please make a round of applause to Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. Colleagues, thank you for the chance to speak a second time. But you've heard from me repeatedly this afternoon. I won't burden you long at all. I do want to say something about the Friends of EHU, based in Washington, but a group of supporters of this university that includes former American university presidents, people with strong U.S. government connections. By that I mean former government or legislative connections, former members of the State Department, diplomacy, and quite a number of us academic folks who have learned about EHU over the course of our careers. The group raises funds from private sources, and so it's not a sort of high level of funds that we're able to produce from one year to the next, but it's, in a sense, not just about fundraising, but raising consciousness of the important work that you all do here. So we are pleased to be there when you, your rector, or other members of this university visit the United States. We hope you will be in touch with us when you're there and give us a chance to meet with you and also make certain introductions as things go along. There are lots of things that we could talk about at this meeting, and I hope in the informal period that still remains today and tomorrow, that will be a chance to speak in more specificity about the challenges that EHU faces, both in terms of its geopolitical relationships, the kind of further planning concerning its curriculum, but also the way you structure your relations with other countries, with other universities, and so forth. I was going to share one thing. There are a lot of things we could have talked about, but the thing that EHU, maybe that we haven't talked about as much this afternoon, is the way that the university structures its cooperation with other universities, including some here in this region. I think it's awfully important that you not forget about partners in other parts of the former Soviet states. I'm thinking of institutions like AUCA in Kyrgyzstan, universities that still look to you as a place where open discourse and academic freedom is still possible. So even though we talk a lot about European universities, and I hope, and American universities that are eager to work with you, I personally hope that we can have American students of Russian and Russian studies that would be able to come here in this extraordinary environment of Russian-speaking students and faculty going forward. We have broken 48 years of collaboration with maybe as many as 40 different Russian universities. We right now do not send any Americans anymore through American councils to Russian universities. And we're eager to find a new partner that, that would still be interesting and a high academic level for our students as well. So we'll be going on about that. But the point I wanted to make was a little more broad. And that is in response to a question that was in our program today. How do universities promote their social humanitarian functions while fulfilling the integral mission of human life and society in the region? And I wanted to share with you a comment from a colleague, Richard Marginson, who works for the OECD. Remember that group of 87 highly developed economic groups. It's a multilateral UN-related group based in Paris. And one of the reactions, one of the points they made is the following, that in global knowledge economies, we talked a lot today about knowledge generation, higher education institutions are more important than ever as mediums of a wide range of cross-border relationships and continuous global flows of people, information, knowledge, technologies, products, and financial capital. There's another quote that I love from a colleague of mine named Ben Waldowski. Maybe some of you remember a book that appeared about a decade ago called The Great Brain Race, How Global Universities Are Reshaping the World. So universities, we're going to leave today finally with the agreement that yes, universities do shape societies after all, and they do shape the world, and they do have a strong impact on economies and societies. The question is how. How can they legitimately do that while maintaining their necessary objectivity as places where knowledge is treated with respect and without bias? Let's talk just a moment about EHU's potential as a global university. In fact, you already are a global university. But for the model that Magnuson talks about, institutional players must all be playing by the rules. They must be playing on an even playing field, as Americans say. There must be freedom of inquiry, which you have, and there must be freedom of speech, access to reliable research data, ideally open source, generally accepted rules of auditing, peer review, transparency, and a full disclosure of research, its financing, and clarity of data. Everybody has to believe in what you do. The researchers, if you want collaborators. The governments, if you want government regulation approved. Investors, if you're looking for investors. Regulators, and most of all, I guess, the financial markets that invest in things going forward. I basically hope that EHU can do a good job, maybe a better, more aggressive job, of getting its sort of competitiveness and reliability as a generator of new ideas, of a source of innovation that will be attractive not just to university research partners, but will be of interest to other universities who are interested in seeing, how do you do this? How has EHU made it through this extraordinary period with the successes you've had? And what can we, as another institution, learn from you? As well as what are we doing that might possibly be of interest to you? With your new departments, and you think about the role of university-based innovation, you're in a strong point to appeal not only to university partners, but in some cases to angel investors, right? To those that may see the potential of marketing, of taking to market new ideas, new research ideas, discoveries that come here that may have significance beyond the university, may have significance in the world of entrepreneurship. I think probably of all the things we talked about, the importance, the kind of critical role you have is very possibly the only Belarusian university there is that might be able to step on into this role of being a global university going forward. And I hope you'll give some thought to that. It seems to me to be out there. Let me stop on that. I hope we'll have a chance to talk tomorrow. I look forward to hearing many of you who haven't spoken yet. Tremendous topics on tomorrow's program. So let me stop right there. And thanks very much, colleagues, for the right to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Yeah. Anyone? Can you please take that headset out of Mr. Davidson? Or you can keep it. Maybe it's a gift. Okay. Well, I do hope you enjoy this conference because we do have some more video footage. We begin the solemn part of the ceremony with a welcome address kindly prepared by Dr. Jonathan Fanton as a member of Friends of EHU, EHU Honorary Doctor 2017. Unable to join, Dr. Fanton prepared a message on this day, which is important for the entire community and all those who believed and continue to believe in EHU as in a chance for the Belarusian youth and academia to choose an alternative future through education. So we have a video. Please take a look at the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests, faculty, students, and graduates. I want to congratulate you on this extraordinary occasion, the 30th anniversary of the European Humanities University. Unfortunately, I cannot join you today in person, so I send this message from Yale University, my alma mater, the Sterling Library Quadrangle. I've dedicated my life to advancing access in higher education, fostering human rights, and empowering underprivileged communities. EHU encompasses all those goals, and that's why EHU is so close to my heart. For Belarus, EHU remains the only place where rigorous liberal arts education can be provided without oppression or indoctrination. EHU provides access to students and scholars who address issues as diverse as human rights law, gender studies, and cultural heritage. And for students of design and drama, EHU is the place and space to fulfill your artistic ambitions and talents. EHU is essential for the democratic future of Belarus. Not only training a new generation of professionals and leaders, but also as a place of cultural insight, as a place of intercultural debate, as a place of comparative study of the prospects that Belarus can and will achieve. For scholars at risk, EHU remains a safe space where you can pursue research in humanities, social sciences, the arts, and more, benefiting from EHU's location in Vilnius. And thanks to the hospitality of Lithuania, generations of scholars from Belarus are able to do research and to connect with the international scholarly community through EHU. In June of 2005, at the opening of EHU International here in Vilnius, I said, at today's occasion, I cannot but help recall the graduate faculty of the new school. It was founded 72 years ago this month as the University in Exile. The new school rescued scholars from Germany and elsewhere in Europe, giving them safe haven from Nazi terror. And the faculty adopted as their guiding principle to the living spirit, words etched on the main building of the University of Heidelberg and defaced by the Nazis. It is through the tradition of the new school, which I proudly served as president, that I feel a special kinship to the scholars in peril and to EHU's mission. And I want to thank a remarkable group of donors on both sides of the Atlantic who believed in the mission of EHU and kept on supporting this unique university for the last 30 years. Serving as president of the MacArthur Foundation, I was pleased to support EHU in its most vulnerable stage while settling here as a university in exile in Vilnius in 2005. Providing over $4.7 million of support to EHU, as president of MacArthur, I emphasized how important it is for EHU to maintain and nurture its rigorous curriculum, interdisciplinary environment in the classroom, and an emphasis on human rights, both in studies and research. And I want to use this opportunity to call on donors to continue to support the mission of EHU. Neither 30 years ago nor today is it possible to imagine EHU without its founder, Professor Anatoly Mikhailov. Courage, passion, and a lifelong dedication to the advancement of humanities as a holistic picture of the world. Professor Mikhailov embodies all of that and even more. In 1992, he transformed the whole notion of what genuine higher education is and how crucial it is for Belarus and the region. The whole community of EHU, including me, are privileged to learn from the intellectual leadership of Professor Mikhailov. EHU owes its success to him. And I extend my warmest wishes to you, Anatoly, EHU's 50th anniversary. In January 2018, when receiving an honorary degree from EHU, for which I'm very grateful, I said EHU deserves continued support from the American philanthropic community, and it needs partner universities in the US and Europe for faculty and student exchange, joint research projects, and more. Today, I want to reiterate these words. I'm confident that EHU will continue fostering this network of international partners, providing even more possibilities for students and scholars to excel. I want to congratulate Rector Sergei Ignatov and the whole faculty leadership of EHU in making that happen. EHU's mission is valuable not only for the future of Belarus, but for all imperiled institutions and scholars across the world. It's a beacon in our quest for a more just and humane world at peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here on this special anniversary day, all of you. EHU is people. In order to better understand why a university like EHU performs not only an educational, but also a socio-humanitarian function. Being prepared a film, part of which you can see today, about what EHU is in the lives of those who are part of it. Let's take a look at the video.
Я полагал, что, в общем-то, университет может превратиться в какую-то нишу, какой-то маленький оазис, который может стать основой для реформирования вообще гуманитарного образования.
Сейчас, оглядываясь назад, я даже не знаю, что было самым сложным – пережить 2004 год и разрушение прежнего университета и прежних, то есть вообще вот как бы всей нашей прежней академической жизни, или же вот такое внезапное, резкое как бы и очень динамичное состояние, в котором оказались в 2005 году, когда фактически с нуля нужно было создавать новые программы.
Чем заметнее и чем значимее становился университет, тем, конечно, проблематичнее становилась его дальнейшая перспектива в Беларуси, потому что на тот момент уже Лукашенко, которого выбрали президентом, на тот момент, я имею в виду уже к 2000-м, да, к нулевым, то есть авторитарные тенденции, конечно, проявились совершенно отчетливо, и чем дальше, тем власти были недовольны наличием такого рода университета, независимого, автономного, по-настоящему автономного университета в Беларуси. И в 2004 году университет вынужден был прекратить свою деятельность в Беларуси.
Этот университет очень хороший, он такой маленький, но, я думаю, очень влиятельный. Потому что, посмотрите, это большой шанс создать модели и участвовать в создании модели другого типа университета, который потом в ближайшем будущем может оказаться и моделью реформирования образования. Я не хочу сказать, что оно там плохое. Но там, где преобладают государственные университеты старого гумбольдтовского типа, мы знаем, что это не всегда приводит к чему-то хорошему.
Очень удобная, ну не то что удобная, а интересная такая модель ЕГУ – это то, что тебя мотивирует что-либо делать, заниматься какими-то инициативами, проектами, чтобы бесплатно. Здесь очень дозирована нагрузка, и это очень комфортно лично для меня, так как я успеваю сочетать и учебный процесс, и какие-то проекты, инициативы. И в принципе, если сравнивать вот со школьным образованием и вот первый год в университете, то могу сказать, что очень так университет меня поднял хорошо. И также этот университет, он направлен на развитие критического мышления, и это лично на моем опыте очень видно. Так что могу сказать, что модель обучения здесь очень комфортная.
Он пытается не потерять связи с Родиной. Он пытается быть современным, динамичным, он использует болонскую модель, он, насколько я понимаю, достаточно плотно интегрировал в систему высшего образования. Он находится недалеко от дома, в нем работает любопытный состав преподавателей, которые и хотят что-то сделать хорошее для Беларуси, и следят за современными тенденциями в высшем образовании. И он многоязычный с точки зрения преподавания и общения. Он позволяет студентам Беларуси, а в основном мы обучаем белорусских студентов, быстрее и проще привыкнуть к жизни вне дома, к жизни в несколько другой среде, другой культуре, с другими традициями. И это хорошая стартовая площадка в жизни.
Здесь очень классные преподаватели, которые понимающие, и программа совершенно отличается от белорусских программ университетов. Плюс здесь пока что еще не нужно знать достаточно хорошо английский язык, и его можно в процессе обучения потянуть. А у меня, если честно, с ним всегда были проблемы.
У нас на сегодняшний день где-то чуть больше 1000 студентов. Вот это такое, то есть это, в общем-то, хорошее уже, да, такое воодушевляющее число, но, тем не менее, вполне обозримое для того, чтобы выстроить какую-то очень, как бы сказать, теплую атмосферу внутри университета. И чтобы студенты, которые здесь сюда поступят, они действительно в этом университете смогут чувствовать себя в своих стенах. Хотя это, конечно, не гарантированно. Это зависит еще от того, как они сами включатся в выстраивание своей жизни, университетской жизни в университете. Но в этом как раз изюминка ЕГЭ и заключается. То есть здесь, поскольку мы все-таки ориентированы на академическую автономию и на то, чтобы студенты наши могли себя проявлять. И самые разные инициативы студентов приветствуются, вот те, которые выходят за рамки, собственно, академических задач по конкретным курсам. То есть здесь студенты смогут включиться в такую очень творческую среду и в такую действительно плодотворную коммуникацию с преподавателями, которые всегда готовы откликнуться, помочь, посоветовать там, в реализации какого-то проекта, проконсультировать.
За эти 4 года я поменялся и как личность, и характером, и интересами, и больше себя стал развивать и из-за собственного желания, и из-за каких-то сподвижек со стороны самого университета, преподавателей и возможностей, которые этот университет потом мне давал.
С факультета журналистики БГУ в Минске меня отчислили. Я попала тогда на сутки, и они посчитали, что я как бы таким образом прогуляла сессию, экзамены, и меня как бы отчислили. После этого как бы надо было думать, как закончить обучение, получить диплом. Вот. И я после того, как вышла с суток, сразу подала документы в ЕГУ, и меня сюда приняли учиться бесплатно. Могу сразу сказать, что вот бросилось в глаза, что ты можешь высказывать любые свои мысли на занятиях. То есть если в БГУ ты смотришь какой-то преподаватель, то есть там условно пишет ли он колонки в СБ «Беларусь сегодня», в «Минской правде» и прочих изданиях государственных, бывали такие преподаватели, то ты как-то с осторожностью, уже думаешь, сказать, не сказать, что я думаю по этому поводу, или лучше промолчать. То здесь ты как бы не боишься просто сказать, что ты думаешь.
Это свободный университет. Свободный по вдохновению, по содержанию, не только, скажем, по декларациям. Это действительно университет, где интересно, где у тебя есть безграничные возможности, как говорят мои студенты. Только ленивый студент из ЕГУ никогда не был в других университетах, никогда не обменивался опытом. То есть наши студенты путешествуют, я имею в виду образовательная, академическая мобильность. А наши студенты, в силу того, что в ЕГУ они изучают различные языки европейские, открыты к диалогу, хотят диалогу. И самое главное, они вдохновлены всем тем новым, что в принципе существует в мире. Они не боятся меняться и не боятся что-то менять в своей жизни.
За время учебы в ЕГУ у меня была возможность получить практический опыт в Центре конституционализма и прав человека ЕГУ. И еще до окончания университета я начала работать с адвокатами и юристами, и правозащитниками, как белорусскими, так и литовскими. Помимо этого, у меня была возможность воспользоваться международным обменом, и я улетела практически на полгода в Нью-Йорк, где у меня была возможность обучаться в университете и проходить стажировку. И это дало очень большой опыт жизни. Во-первых, это огромная практика языка, это практика академических знаний, которые получаешь в университете, и, опять-таки, очень большой навык выживания. И, наверное, за счет этого я была очень выигрышным кандидатом на стажировки и в том числе на программу обучения.
Мы белорусский университет, и это единственный белорусский университет, который находится в Евросоюзе. Мне кажется, что уже само по себе это является абсолютно исключительной ситуацией. Кроме того, конечно, мы верим в то, что университет играет и в дальнейшем сыграет очень большую роль в трансформации Беларуси, в строительстве новой Беларуси. И мне кажется, что это тот момент, который хорошо понимаем и мы, академическое сообщество внутри университета. И, может быть, сейчас это понимают также многие люди извне, которые видят, какое количество инициатив реализуют наши выпускники, студенты, и преподаватели и преподавательницы.
У нас действительно удивительная команда, очень интересная. У нас есть преподаватель из Албании, у нас есть преподаватель из Украины, мой коллега из Харькова. Был такой уникальный случай, когда вот у него идут пары, параллельно ему звонят из британской службы BBC, здесь сидит его маленькая дочь 4-летняя, а здесь взрываются снаряды. И в это время он дает интервью. Закончил интервью, продолжает вести занятия. Вот такие герои наши преподаватели. Ну и белорусские преподаватели – большие герои. Они, наверное, до конца даже не понимают, какие они герои. И я действительно горжусь общением с нашими белорусскими преподавателями, которые действительно с огромной душой, с огромной любовью и при этом с огромным мужеством и в аудиторию заходят, и сохраняют самообладание при любых обстоятельствах.
Пожелание у меня единственное, чтобы этот университет был как Нью-Йорком. Каждый день он должен быть новым.
Желаю университету, чтобы он оставался таким же современным, молодежным и юным, как и его новоприбывшие студенты.
Быть долго молодым.
Хотелось бы пожелать, наверное, студентам, либо первокурсникам, которые будут сюда поступать, поступайте, не бойтесь, делайте, творите, вдохновляйтесь, потому что это очень классное место и классное комьюнити, где вы можете не только найти каких-то близких вам по духу людей, но и творить что-то свое, свои какие-то цели, желания исполнять здесь.
Пожелать максимальной открытости, который требует от нашего университета настоящий момент. Мне кажется, что этот потенциал еще совсем не реализован. Есть некоторые движения в эту сторону. Я думаю, что развитие нашего университета в значительной степени зависит в том числе от того, насколько интенсивно, инициативно мы выстроим мосты и взаимодействие с представителями нашего гражданского сектора. То есть мне хотелось бы, чтобы университет стал таким открытым домом не только для студентов, но и для разных внеакадемических проектов, которые, тем не менее, выиграют от того, что они будут обсуждаться, представляться и продвигаться, в том числе на площадке ЕГУ, с участием наших ученых.
Я хочу желать как можно больше студентов и в целом успехов в каких-то начинаниях университета.
Творить, развиваться, дышать, открывать новые горизонты. Ну, собственно, ЕГУ ничего не боится, но, наверное, это просто соответствует моему нынешнему настроению. Значит, ничего не бояться. Все будет замечательно, у ЕГУ прекрасное будущее. Будет больше студентов, будет больше открытых дверей. Ну, я верю в то, что ЕГУ вернется в Минск.
Собранности и организованности. Потому что ЕГУ – это место, которое дает большую академическую свободу и дает возможность реализовать себя, но при этом иногда не хватает дисциплины. И я бы пожелала, чтобы все труды, которые были вложены, все проекты, которые были реализованы, также дисциплинированно развивались в дальнейшем в исследовательских направлениях. И, конечно, я пожелаю развития.
Я пожелал бы ему дальнейшего развития, усиления того импульса, который обозначен в его названии – европейский, гуманитарный.
Well, dear friends, dear guests, we're stepping forward to a part, very pleasant part, where some presents or gifts will be given to some people. And I would like to invite some people who would assist me in this. It is impossible to imagine the existence of our university today without those who unconditionally share the values and mission of EHU. And today we are happy to say thank you again and invite the Rector Ignatov to the stage to present honorary diplomas to those representatives of the EHU community without whose contribution EHU would not be what we know it today, which inevitably led to positive changes in individual lives and in the life of EHU community, influencing without any doubt on the life of civil society. EHU honorary diplomas for contributions to democracy through education are awarding to, and honorary awards for the friends and partners of the EHU, announcing the list of awards receivers. The first person whom I would welcome here on stage would be Professor Dr. Anatoly Mikhailov, founder of EHU. Okay, the second person is Professor Dr. Dan Davidson, founding president, American Councils for International Education. Don't forget to smile. You're on camera. Excuse me, can we come a little bit at the center? Here you would have a little bit better quality of picture. Thank you, Professor. The third person whom I would like to see here on stage is Dr. Yelena Nemirovskaya, School of Civic Education. Give a round of applause. Please turn around. The picture is being done. One more person is Horton Bebb Center, chairman of EHU's General Assembly of Part Owners. We're welcoming you here. A wide smile would be good. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Alina Yushkiene, the EHU former community member for the commitment to the liberal education. Thank you, Rector. And I would like to say a couple of additional sentences about what's going on next. So it has been a wonderful day today. Lots of opinions have been given, good remarks proposed. Thank you to all speakers. Thank you all the moderators, guests, and all your questions. Good. Thank you for the questions. And we will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the morning. But some of you who we are going to meet tonight, let's meet at 7:20